the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out here anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Hebrew and Bible Academy, you are invited. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on. Come on in.
The East is where we're from.
Hit that like button.
The 12 tribes of Israel.
And 721 BC.
721 BC.
The Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell.
With the great escape we went through the Euphrates.
Hit that like button.
The Lord held the waters still.
To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. Come on! Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Come on!
The North American Indians.
Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering in Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us to gather our wives and children, then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A higher gather us. Whoa. Come on. From the power on high. The Haitians. The Most High's gathering in Israel, brothers and sisters, and boy, do we have a lot to talk about tonight. You got the liberal Satanists losing their minds in Minnesota right now. And folks, what are we witnessing? We're witnessing the fall of Babylon, and at the same time, the children of Israel rises from the ashes. We're going to quantify all of it in this lesson, this broadcast, this discussion today. And you can chime in at any time. We're going to open it up. I'm going to read some of the chats, as well as open it up for Zoom tonight. Because I need y'all to hear, I need to hear from you what's going on in your respective areas as Babylon crumbles, right? A nation divided against itself cannot stand. Yes, they're losing their minds over in Minnesota. And brothers and sisters, what we're going to break down tonight is to why they're protesting there. They don't want to let the cat out of the bag. right? That's an convenient distraction. They don't want to let the cat out of the bag, folks. Soon as this thing came out about these nonprofits, Elder Lawya, and them taking the money with fake nonprofit businesses and NGOs, funneling that money into the hands of others, as well as putting that money towards donor contributions to fund future campaigns to keep the same satanic, criminal politicians in place, all of a sudden, we started seeing protesting. But they don't want to let the cat out of the bag. What is that? The fact that the whole system is built with that same model in every liberal city. See, and that's why they want to put that smoke out there and distractions out there, is because what they don't want people to peel back the onion layers to see, this isn't an anomaly in Minnesota. This is how the Democrats continue. This is how they continue their power in every liberal city. It's a cycle of money and corruption to fund their campaigns, using nonprofits, NGOs, and all of that. And at the same time, undermining God's people who built the country. We're going to talk about that and more, Elder Lawya. But before we go into this discussion, right, I would like to make an announcement that, First Fruits, we will be in Canada. So keep your ear to the ground. 7 Sabbaths from the Passover will be in Canada. Not just Toronto, all of Canada, the Gathering of Christ Church. We're coming together for a serious sit down, a discussion, a lesson, and announcements. That's right. We have to begin to pivot, knowing that these liberal cities, these liberal countries like Canada, will soon crumble to the dust. So we're going to be discussing that. I have a lot in First Fruits. We will be in Canada, Toronto, but we'll invite all of Canada. For those who would like to be a part of this, we'll be making an announcement soon. And we'll have an online phone number where if you would like to reach us, to connect for baptisms and all that before we get to Toronto, that's right. We'll have it online. All the contact information you'll need to be able to be a part of the Gathering of Christ Church coming there with a serious message in Canada 2026. Right? All right. February 28th, that's right, the new year will be in New York. Right? The Babylonian city, we will be there with the congregation, and we're going to ask for all of New York. And if others want to come through, upstate New York, New Jersey, want to come through, come on through, because that's going to be a groundbreaking New Year's, the true New Year, discussion and lesson from the pulpit. All right. Also, we have an initiative going out for all 52 states. It's going to be announced in the meetings where when Christ sent out the disciples by twos. Well, guess what we're going to do? We're going to take our officers. We're setting up the Maccabees program. We're going to take our officers by two in all the different regions. And guess what? All the areas that don't have churches, 2 by 2 will that's right, will step foot in all these areas within a few month period. Within 2-3 months, 2 by 2 will be in all the areas throughout the United States, representing the Gathering of Christ Church in all white. All white with our fringes on, 2 by 2. That's right. Pronouncing the gospel throughout the earth before the eventual Exodus. 2 by 2. We're going to send brothers out all over the earth. We're going to do it here, and we're going to do it in the other countries the church is established. And you'll see 2 by 2 in certain states right there. 2 or 4 brothers everywhere proclaiming the truth, the true gospel of Christ. It's time. It is time to wake our people up. That's right. To actually highlight and quantify the truth behind everything. Not just the gospel, what they aren't telling our people in the inner cities when it comes to the healthcare systems, which is really corporate eugenicist institutions. A lot of our people don't even know what eugenics is. Well, guess what? They'll know. We need to take full power over and authority over our temples. We need to find out what's going on, the history of the vaccines. All of that will be one-on-one with scriptures, breaking everything down that we see today in modern medicine. What's good? What's bad? The teachers will have flyers on this, passing them out everywhere. The origin of it all. Satan's secret weapon, the death care system. That and more. We'll have flyers passing it out. Right? We're going to pass out those flyers. This is where, want information? This is where you can find us. All throughout the United States and every place the children of Israel are, we're going to have boots on the ground in all white. And we're going to put the sisters together who's going to make trees for the whole initiative. So when we send men out, guess what? I'm going to send my personal packages with you. We'll put our stamp on it, Elder Lawya and I, and send out these trees to all the locations with a video on how to wrap it. And when you go out there, you're going to be standing before God's people as the priest of the Almighty. This is the year, folks, right here. Right here. Okay. This will be a pivotal year in prophecy. Okay, a pivotal year. Also, I'm happy to announce that we have a brand new renovation coming for the Pennsylvania church. Brand new with the audio system, video system. It's going to be worthy of who? Of God's people's presence. Brand new everything. Nice and bright. Nice stage. Nice sound system. We're getting a band together there. It's going to be great. We're going to just bump up this ministry to the next level when it comes to delivering the Most High's word. We're going to have classes, everything from the podium. It's going to be absolutely high tech, high audio, high level. Absolutely. Now, before I go into the lesson, if anyone wants to understand what's going on in the earth with these crazy liberals willing to risk their lives stopping ICE, you point everyone you know to this particular broadcast, right? But before I go into the broadcast, Elder Lawya, there was a song I wrote, right? A song I wrote about, oh my goodness. It had to have been around 17 years ago. I wrote this song 17 years ago, and it was a song that I recorded with the brother Rawchaa, Maurice Rawchaa. He did the track, I wrote the song, and it was right after the Most High gave us the name, Ahia, and presented his name. And after the fast and all that we had together, we did the song that would lead people to the water after baptism. Now, of course, you know how the story went. Eventually, we had to travel outside the country, flee, go into other areas, where it was founded at the very end. It was really about being he-goats before the flock, preparing a way with Christ's churches for when we have to finally exodus at the end. In hindsight, that's what it was. But with this song, The Sin I'm In, it's about, it was really about dealing with, I would say, battling the flesh that we must battle to receive kingdom. But making that,
right.
but to make that agreement with the Almighty that we're willing to buffet the flesh. If he give us grace, forgive us for our sins, so that we can stand without darkness, without guilt as God's people. Why? Because we were shaped in iniquity, and the enemy will always try to point to the dark part of your life, so to why you're not qualified to stand as God's people. So it was in the song. It's not fully complete, but what I thought I would do to spearhead this broadcast today, let's start with this song, and right after the song, we're going into the lesson. The sin I'm in. Brothers and sisters, even you out there who feel you're unworthy, understand that Christ, through his blood, brothers and sisters, took on all the things that we are ashamed of. Right? He's taken them on. Even the darkness, when we did wrong against the Almighty, Christ took that on so that we can stand without guilt and boldness. Don't ever let anyone out there tell you that you're unworthy standing in Christ. This world intentionally soiled our people so that we would feel unworthy, knowing that one day God's people would stand against the adversary and stand against the enemy and proclaim truth concerning our people against the synagogue of Satan. This is why they wanted to soil us at a young age, so that we would feel, well, hold up. Based on my past, I cannot stand as God's people. Well, guess what? Christ have purged all those sins. Don't ever let any man on earth or any woman on earth try to guilt you into silence. Stand with the word of the Almighty, and Christ will do the rest. Don't let anyone shame you. Stand in Christ's work. I'm about to play this song. I got this thing queued up. My brother Rawchaa, I went in the back. I did all the backgrounds on this thing. And let me tell you, Brother Barack brought it home. Let's do it. Let's do it. The sin I'm in.
Life still in fornicate. A mind turned to reprobate. Lord, I pray I'm not too late. Show me to the water. I'm tempted left and right. So damn, I hardly see the light. I'm afraid for my life. Show me to the water. No, I don't like the sin I'm in. Oh, Lord, no. No, I can't stand my sins. No, I was all about the fun, but every time the fun was done, I thought 3 in the field you will take.
Come on, hit that like
Show
button.
me to the water. You raised me to be a better man. I think I built my house on sand. Point me to this promised land. I need a friend to save me from my sin. Oh yeah. Oh, I don't like the sin on me.
Check it out. Here it comes.
God, please.
Take me to the water.
Be my friend. I know I'm sick, but I'm going.
I lay down my life and make that sacrifice. Nothing left to do. I'm going down for you, Lord. I lay down my life. I'll give that sacrifice. I'll give my life. Every single day, Lord, I will. I'll lay down my life. Oh, I will.
Take me to the water.
Come on, I'll give my life. Every single day, Lord, I will. I'll lay down my life. Take me to the water. Wash me, Lord.
Take me to the water.
Heal me, Lord. Oh,
Take me to the water.
take us to the water. That's right. All right, when the saints come marching in. Oh, yeah, yeah. Take Israel to the water. All right. Elder Lawya. Right?
Yes, sir.
Real quick, Elder Lawya. A nation divided against itself cannot stand. Now, before we go into why the liberals are losing their minds in the earth right now. Right? Let's go to Psalms 137. Let's go to Psalms 137. Elder Lawya, God's people came to America, or the land they would call America, in the belly of ships.
That's right.
The children of Israel on the shores of the daughter of Babylon was left for dead. No one knew what would come of us. Even our own brothers who were in West Africa, along with the Arabs who sold us. They sold us with no expectation of ever seeing our children rise again from the land they sold us into, only to come out of that chattel slavery with a culture which will eventually influence the whole world. See, they left us for dead. But the God of the Hebrews never forgot us. right? Now, once we fell as a people, the Gentile nations rose up together and said, what? Let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel be no more in remembrance. Let's use all the richness of God's jewelry. And let's set a system in place where we would extract all of their spiritual gifts, all of what the divine have bestowed in them, without actually appreciating who these people are. And they built systems, governments on this lie. What lie? The lie of telling everyone that God's people were someone else, while the markets that they have established at its foundation was built on a foundation of slave labor. But once God's people would begin to come back to the knowledge of the truth, what happens? The whole system begins to crumble. It cannot sustain itself. Why? Because it was banking on the construct where our people would comply. Our people would stay satisfied with the bottom, living and surviving at the bottom base of their pyramids. So when we began the awakening, the whole Babylonian construct now has begun to crumble. This is what we're seeing right now over in these liberal cities with the protests. People are like, why is these white liberals, why are they losing their minds? Why are they losing their minds? Because, folks, they were placed in those positions with a specific task. The liberals were placed in a position to be guardrails over a system that would keep God's people on the bottom. And they're losing their power and strength now that God have awakened his people. So that's what you're seeing. So we're going to break it down today so you can understand why these liberals has lost it. A nation divided against itself cannot stand. This nation can only stand if the slaves or the children of slaves agree to continue in a slave posture under all nations and stay satisfied with that position. That's the only way this construct works. Capitalism. Well, capitalism can only strive off of what? Off of an underbelly within a nation that's willing to be capitalized on.
Right.
It cannot work if the base they built it on don't agree with the position at the bottom. So if you got a liberal or a Satanist who went to college, sociology and all, whatever degrees they get, sociology or whatever, to become what? To become gatekeepers. To help the underprivileged, right? Their livelihood is the suffering that came with the children of slaves. See how that works? So they build in constructs like abuse centers, centers for women, shelters, after school programs, food programs, feed the poor. Well, you can't feed the poor unless you have a system that deprives the people that lead to impoverished children. See? So all of these white liberals made their bones, made their finances off of the slaves and setting up a slave system to support the underprivileged, while after they've they've continued with their messing our people up in the inner cities. They go back to their own suburbs, living right next door to the Republicans. See? See how you do it? So they come and destroy our people to keep us what? The underbelly, the bottom. And they use crazed liberals to manage the chaos they created in our communities. But then the Most High did something. He started waking up the children of Israel, folks. Right? We started looking at the Bible, and folks, believe me, Esau doesn't take anything through chance. He has data. He has graphs. He has systems in place to know when our people are figuring things out. Crime started going down, folks, when the children of Israel started waking up. They will never tell you that. Conversations were being had. Okay. That they had no control over. So stick with me now. Hit that like button because we're diving in. Elder Lawya, let's first start at Psalms 137. They left us for dead. Psalms 137.
Yes, sir. Psalms 137, verse number 1.
Okay, let me pull up the Bible. Hit that like button. Let's go. I'm ready.
By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down. Yea, we wept when we remembered Zion.
By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat. Yea, we wept when we remembered Zion. Now, brothers and sisters, how do you know that David is actually speaking of or singing? Psalms mean sing. That's why I had to start off with that music today, right? We wept when we remembered Zion. How do you know this is a future prophecy or psalm? Well, David was king. At this time, David ruled Zion. He ruled Israel. We were still in Israel at this time. So it must be talking about a future prophecy when God's people no longer resides in the Middle East. So here it is. David is showing forth a prophecy. The Most High showed him our people weeping in a strange country. We wept when we remembered Zion. Read.
We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof.
We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. Check this out, folks. Look at this. Check this out. Look at this. Weeping willow. You can't make this up, folks. Read that again, Elder Lawya.
We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof.
We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. So when we were chastised during slavery days, we would what? We would go under the weeping willow trees and cry to hide ourselves. I seen some weeping willows when I went to South Carolina last year. So check out this. You can't make this up, Elder. Look at the weeping willows that grows down south. The weeping willows that grows down south, folks, look. It says we hang our hips, we hang our harps. That means we would sing or cry under the weeping willow. What is the name of the weeping willow tree? It's the Salix babylonica. The tree in of itself that David was talking about grows here in the United States, down south, South Carolina, and all those areas where the ships pulled up with Hebrew slaves. You cannot make this up, folks. Hang our harps under the weeping willow trees. The tree is actually called what? The Salix Babylonica. The prophecy that was given to our King David. Look at that. The willow family. Weeping willow. Why was it called weeping willow? The slaves would go under the tree after being chastised, whipped, family separated, and we would cry under the tree. That's how it became the weeping willow. As if King David himself named the tree. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. We were crying under the tree. Tell me we not the people, folks. They know. 3.
For there, they that carried us away captive required of us a song.
They who carried us away captive required of us a song. This is where your Negro spirituals come from. This is where the blues, the music that have shaped the earth's culture came, the whole earth's music culture came out of our struggle. This is why you can't find music like was created here in the United States any place else. Any place else. This would be the music that was actually cultivated out of our pain, that would influence the whole world in music. Be it country, be it rock and roll, be it pop. All of that started here. Where we started doing what? For there they carried us away captive. They required of us a song. And they what?
And they that wasted us required of us mirth.
And while they were destroying us, they required us to smile about it, to act as if nothing happened. They required us, to some degree, to thank the slave catchers and thank the slave masters for bringing us over into the Americas. That's the hubris of a lot of them today. Y'all should thank God that we brought you from Africa and civilized you. No. Without us, America would not be civilized. We have always been the moral compass of America. We are the reason they made a what? An conservative party. We were the conservatives because all we did was go to church. We went to church and took care of our families and did what? Circle the wagons. Why? Because we had to. From church, we would do all our political planning. We would do all of our talent shows. We would do all of our meetings, our Bible studies. The church was central command, ground zero for slaves. And who was in those churches with us? Our God. We worshiped on Sunday because we were forced to. But we still had that Bible. Nonetheless, God was with us. They that wasted us required us mirth, saying what?
Sing us one of the songs of Zion.
Sing us one of the songs of Zion. And that's why our Negro spirituals we were singing here had nothing to do with what? Any landmarks within Africa. We were singing Over the River Jordan, Let My People Go, Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, Coming for to Carry Me Home. We were singing the songs of Zion. If we were from Africa, we would have been singing African songs. To let you know that the Africans back then had knowledge that they were, in fact, from the tribes of Israel. It wasn't until our current time where Africa, they remixed it and all that, with the Arabs taking over different areas and moving tribes around. Before that, even the Africans who sold us knew that we were from the lost tribes of Israel. Okay? When you get a chance, get a book if they didn't price you out of getting it or price you out of being able to afford it. I mean, get you a book called what? Hebrewism in West Africa. Get that book. Okay? They've been trying to cover up this for the longest, folks. We weren't singing songs of Africa because Africa isn't where we began. It's the middle passage between our homeland, Israel, and our captive land, the daughter of Babylon, renamed America by the Edomites. And they that wasted us required us mirth, saying what?
Sing us one of the songs of Zion.
Sing us one of those songs of Zion. We were their entertainment, folks. There was no movies. There weren't no televisions back then. The slave master with the greatest artist or the greatest slaves who had talent would be the draw. All of the plantation owners and people would come in from England, from different parts of Egypt and all that, to come into these big halls, these plantation halls, to watch the entertainment that came from slaves. Folks, no music school, no colleges. A lot of us, sometimes they didn't even allow us to read. Where was all this God-given talent coming from? Huh? They didn't allow us to read. So we were an anomaly. We were an astonishment to the nations who would look at these slaves who were dragged over here and out of nowhere would have voices like angels. Voices like angels. They couldn't believe it. They would charge tickets and all that for people to come to their plantations to watch us and not just sing. Folks, we created tap dancing. Okay? Fred Astaire he's like Elvis, who they put a camera in front of, even though Fred Astaire was bad. But the blacks or the children of slaves and all that came from them, that's where the real tap dancing was. Right? We would throw sand down, put taps on our shoes. And next thing you know, they're coming in there and we're making music with our feet. And next thing you know, people started talking about this new way of dancing. This stuff is something different going on with Judah over here in America. We're changing the whole game. Like, it doesn't matter. They don't have enough. They don't have anything, but everything the children of Israel had, they was able to make do with it. They were able to shine above the rest with nothing. And why am I putting this out there right now, Elder Lawya? Well, I'm putting this out there, brothers and sisters, because as David is talking with this prophecy, it's a reminder to all of us the richness the Most High invested in our spirit. The world beats us down. The world would have us believe we're nothing. If people were to hear what they're saying, our people would actually begin to believe that we're something other than God's people. That's intentional, folks. No one in this world can make something from nothing like God's people. And that have to be continually discussed. We must stay reminded of who God made in us, who we are. Because once we internalize it, we'll begin to live by it. The world tells us we're nothing. I'm going to tell you, this world is ungrateful. Ungrateful. All we provided to these nations and made their families rich and powerful. And I'm talking about generational wealth. But yet they're still ungrateful for what we provided this nation. They're ungrateful. So it's upon us to remind you who you are. Sing us one of those songs of Zion.
All right, Lawya, sir, before we continue.
Yes, sir.
We just need to take one quick break.
All right, go ahead.
All right, I'm saying you. Let's take a quick break, do a commercial, come back on the other side.
All right. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. One moment.
Yes, sir.
One moment, we'll be right there.
Yes, sir.
All right. You there, Lawya?
I'm here. Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, ready?
I'm ready to go. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. I had something I had to attend to, but let's jump right in. Right. Let's go to the Bible. Read the 3rd verse again.
Psalms 137, verse 3. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, Sing us one of the songs of Zion.
Sing us one of the songs of Zion. This is why we weren't singing African songs in America. Africa is the Middle Passage, folks. Let me tell you, there was a conspiracy with the Arabs, with the East Africans also as Muslims, like you see your Somalis today, and compromised Israelite kings and princes who were compromised, who agreed to sell us according to the prophecy. That's how we got into America. We are not from Africa. We're from Israel. Right? So what we tend to what's lost in this is that model of all nations conspiring to benefit and financially off of us, which is capitalism, that model is still in place. But they just change the mechanism of it from one generation to the next, but it's still the same model. It's still the same model. Let's go now. Let's read.
Verse 4.
Read it.
Yes, sir. Verse 4. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land?
How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? Right? How can we, and this is why the Zionists infiltrated the Christian church and destroyed it. They destroyed it through the prosperity movement because what? That was our continual connection and reminder of these prophecies. Right? That old fire and brimstone doctrine that came out of chattel slavery is what sustained us throughout all generations. They begin to corporatize with the prosperity movement to destroy the strength of this spirit David is talking about here. If we're going to sing, the songs are going to mean something. It's going to come from the heart. If we're going to sing, it's going to be with what? The intent of returning back home. How can we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? So our songs reflected what? Our hurt, our pain, losing Jerusalem. And even outside of the gospel songs, when we went secular, it always go back home. A change is going to come. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. It always come back to what David is saying right here. So eventually they would have to destroy that music. The Most High was empowering us from the throne. That's right. The son of the morning would sing to the Most High every morning. And those same notes, those same harmonies would come into the earth and move within our spirit, and we would begin to sing on earth. Okay? So they had to destroy the music, because the music leads us back to what? The original maestro himself, the Most High.
That's right.
How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? What is there to celebrate here? With any talent, we must remind our people why we are here. We're strangers in a strange land. We're strangers. And we must remind our people of that it was at one point in history that this great land we call America didn't exist. And there's prophecies. There's prophecies with the understanding that one day it will not exist. It won't exist. That's the realization that was in our music. The desire to come home. The desire to be accepted back by our God. But what happens to a nation that's built on our complicity, where we're satisfied with serving Gentiles, being the bottom of everything? See? This system was built on that agreement that we would agree to stay, we would agree to stay servants. Right? So you wonder why America is going wild and the nations are losing their mind and losing their grip? It's because God has begun to call his people back before the judgment. And all these liberals who made their living off of our struggle don't know what they'll do next if this system of slaves and dependents aren't in place. Their whole livelihoods for generations have been tied to a struggling people who what? Who satisfied struggling from one generation to the next. And they set all their systems on this. And I'm going to show you all that today. I'm going to show you that today. And this is why, let's start now. This is why they're going ape over there in Minnesota right now. Folks, don't buy the hype. These people don't care about whom they call migrants. Understand what's going on here. They need a new generation of slaves, or these hippies would cease to exist. Because all of their systems, all their social programs, all their nonprofits, all of that is built on what? A dependent citizenry. Where these white liberals can come off as saviors when it's really not about them being saviors. Their social programs and all this free money, untaxable nonprofit money, allow their children to live high off the hog. That's what this is about. They could care less about immigrants. A matter of fact, they're stomping for illegal immigrants. There's immigrants in this country who has no issue with what ICE and others are doing because they came the right way. But why are these people stomping for illegal immigrants? I need y'all to think about this. Think about it. Because you need a working class in place. That's right. Where the government can have something over them. Now they can keep the wheel turning, the systematic wheel turning. Oh, look at these people who are oppressed. Look at these poor people. And now all this tax money, this nonprofit money, can be allocated to me to take care of the underprivileged class. And why do they need a new class? They need a new class, brothers and sisters, because God's people are no longer cooperating. God's people are not cooperating with our position anymore. We don't want us, we refuse as God's people to be the bottom of the pyramid. They're stepping on our heads, and we refuse to be taken advantage of anymore as God's people. Folks, the knowledge of us being the children of Israel changed everything. It changed everything. As long as we thought we were Hamites, Gentiles, meant to be slaves, any position that they would give us satisfied. But when we got the law and realized we were God's people, we realized according to God what we are entitled to. And that first starts with what? Respect. You can't look down on me if I'm God's people. See? So now, these liberals have begun to lose their minds. Right? Check it out. Fair use for educational purposes only. Right? Why are they stomping so hard for illegals, willing to put themselves in front of cars and all that? And another thing, allegedly, don't be surprised if a lot of these things are staged. A lot of these things with these protests, usually the media is complicit and all that with it to shape a narrative. So to get our minds off of what? The true construct or model we see in Minnesota. Because of what's going on in Minnesota have been going on, don't think that just started a few years ago. We're going to have to start looking at these Muslims who were placed in our country under multiculturalism about 2 decades ago. And wonder how they have all of a sudden leapfrogged us. And we've been here since slavery. We're going to have to start looking at all these other nations, the East Indians and all of that, who comes in and leapfrog our children. Is it that same model that been exposed in Minnesota? Let's see. Stick with us here. Over 20 years. So what? Now they want these protests, brothers and sisters, because they don't want anyone shining a light on this system that's in place. This model of nonprofit money that end up allegedly funding their own what? Politicians to stay in place so that they can do it over and over from one generation to the next in every city to keep our people oppressed. Right? Fair use. Let's talk about it.
Last week, I had a student who joined online during class, and in the middle of my lesson, I teach English, the student messaged me and said, ICE is outside of my house right now. What do I do? And you know, I stopped class right away. All the students heard what happened. And, you know, thank God his neighbors were out there outside of his house, and they chased ICE out of their neighborhood. Those agents had been circling his house all morning. And, you know, I think it's really telling of our community, of our neighborhoods, how we've organized, and how we are out there defending one another, including my student who, thank God, he's safe. You know, the fear is so tangible. The fear is so tangible. This is our last option. We need to shut it all down. And so I am calling on every educator in this state, in this country, just shut it down with Minneapolis, with St. Paul. You need to shut it all down with us, because if we do not shut it down right now, your city is next. And we do not want that to happen. We want to protect our students. We want our students back in schools. And the way we are going to get it is by shutting it down to get ICE the hell out of here.
Okay, so get ICE the hell out of here, right? Now, I don't think y'all have recognized the fact that there's a certain profile that comes with these Democrat liberals. Right? I mean, it seems, I might be wrong here, but I wouldn't be surprised if this guy was, you know, homosexual. So what is his interest in these particular things? All of a sudden he care about children and whatnot, and people being ripped from their families. And this is what makes me gets me beside myself, Elder Lawya. Who was ripped from their families? By the rivers of Babylon, where we wept when we remembered Zion.
Right.
When have these demo nuts stomped this hard for the children of slaves? I need y'all to think about this, folks. Oh, now all of a sudden, you care about people being ripped from their families? Let's talk about it. Under Biden's crime bill, where they would give you a 5-year mandatory if you was found with the same ounce of crack cocaine that a white person in the suburbs got with the same ounce of what? Of powder cocaine. But they would give someone with powder cocaine in the suburbs a slap on the wrist and community service. A black man would get 5 years ripped from his family and thrown in jail. Where was the liberals on that? It was the Democrats who came up with that's right, 5 years mandatory, no questions, under Biden, Bill Clinton. Huh? Now let's talk about it real quick. Now, could it be, Elder? I've mentioned this about 3 years ago. Could it be that they put taskmasters over our community, LGBTQ, who are predominantly the gatekeepers over all of the nonprofits which services our communities? Think about it. Think about it. Why do you think they made what you would call a minority coalition, an amalgamation of all these different people that have nothing to do with us? White women, minority. Black and brown people. Indians who come over here who have nothing to do with us. Their cause have nothing to do with us. Jewish people are a minority. They have a separate cause. Gays have a separate cause. White women have a separate cause. Gay men have a separate cause. Right? So you bring all these people in to muddy the waters so that they can now become gatekeepers over all of the finances our forefathers worked for to sustain Judah in these communities. So by default, they become the gatekeepers to distribute the funds that would come to our people. If you make them a minority equal to us, then when it comes to minority grants and all that, guess who's on top of these grants distributing the money to other people? Not us, one of the other minorities. See? Now, let's talk about it real quick, Elder Lawya. Let's go to Romans 11:11. We covered this in the academy, but I think it's apropos. I think it's apropos to understand how the model we're enslaved under works. Let's now go to Romans 11. Romans 11, verse 11. Please hit that like button, folks. Romans 11, verse 11. Read that.
Yes, sir. I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall?
Did the Israelites stumble that they should fall? Were we meant to serve these Gentiles forever? And yes, this person we're looking at right here is a Gentile. What does that mean? A non-Israelite. An Israelite have nothing to do with what religion one ascribes to. That's not what an Israelite is. An Israelite is from the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and or Jacob. See how that works? So it doesn't matter whether or not an Israelite through blood becomes a Muslim. It still doesn't change the fact that he's an Israelite through blood. See? If an Israelite is an atheist, it doesn't matter if they don't believe. They can't change the fact that their bloodline is from Abraham, Isaac, and or Jacob. That's what makes us Israelites. It's not a religion. Okay? Christ, there was no, what religion did Christ belong to? He was an Israelite from the tribe of Judah. Okay? So what we're looking at here is a Gentile. Okay? Right now we in 2026. We go back about what? We go back to what? Let's see. We go back about 50 years. If we were to go back about 50 years, 50, 60 years, this guy would be considered a hippie. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Out of the civil rights movement, they put hippies over our community as the gatekeepers. Hippies. Okay? Esau's undesirables. Okay, the people that they didn't want hanging out, smoking weed on their stoop and all that, messing up their communities, they put them over what? The programs in our communities. Okay, and not to say that all Gentiles have ill intent. There are some Gentiles, right, who really want to help our people in these liberal programs, right? There are. But the liberal nut jobs outweigh the few. Okay? Now, Elder Lawya, let's go back to Romans 11.
Yes, sir. Romans 11, verse 11.
Yes, sir.
I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid. But rather through their fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles, for to provoke them to jealousy.
So through our fall, salvation came to the Gentiles, non-Israelites. That means they gained power over the whole world through our fall. Okay. It's not enough white people on the earth that could have put us in captivity. Impossible. So there was what? Complicity amongst all nations so that they could rule over God's people for a time. This is not just a white man thing. All nations became powerful through our fall. Right? I'm going to take a specific angle today that a lot of you probably don't expect. So stick with us. Read the 12th verse, Elder.
Yes, sir. Verse 12. Now, if the fall of them be the riches of the world.
If the fall of them, if the fall of the 12 tribes of Israel means what? The riches of the world. Right? So God's people on the bottom financially enriches the Gentile nations. So they must put systems in place to assure, that's right, that the finances continue moving their way. See? Utilizing us, but making sure the finances benefits the Gentiles from one generation to the next. They must put systems in place for this. God's people, the fall of them. How did we fall? Why did we fall? For breaking God's law, for not being on code with one another. See? Not following God, not being unified. Right? So we fell for breaking God's law, and by default, all the other Gentile nations got rich. Right? And what?
And the diminishing of them be the diminishing of them the riches of the Gentiles, how much more their fullness?
So let's talk about it. If we diminish or are in a low state, the Gentiles financially benefit. Right? Now, check this out. So they have to put systems in place. A slave model, knowing that God would curse his people, Esau and the Gentiles had a system in place where they could financially benefit from our gifts and funnel all of that money into their own families. So let me give you some examples of how these systems that the Democrats have in place are from the curses. Now, make no bones about it. There's no question that we're dealing with a uniparty with two specific agendas. Two specific agendas in agreement. The agreement is to have two specific jobs to keep Israel on the bottom. Okay? The conservatives' position is to set up the conservative model of morality, which gives their people what? The moral high ground to rule over the nation. Right? So they're sure conservatives, even though they both agree with this model with slaves at the bottom. And then you would have who? The liberals, the Democrats, who are willing to do the dirty work. They're the ones that's willing to what? Operate amongst the impoverished to keep the system in place. If there's no crime, they'll create crime. Or, what use are they? You're the gatekeepers. And if there's no crime to manage, and if there's no abuse for your nonprofits, and if there's no separation of families, what good are you? See? So the Democrats are the in-house, the in-community taskmasters. Okay? The conservatives give the Gentiles the moral high ground. See? So now you must look to them as the moral authority. The liberals are tasked to do the dirty work. Like, for instance, Elder Lawya, let's now go to Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, and then I got a few videos to show you. Now that our people have began the awakening, how now the Gentiles are losing their minds. Think about it. Even though they've always had problems with one another, what kept them on code to some degree or in respect of each other is that what? There was a permanent place in the basement that they both agreed upon for us. Right? So even though they have problems with each other, they both agree to keep us on the bottom. Right? But what happens when through God's word and through the truth, we began to what? Rise in between the two, where there's no control from either side that can keep us on the bottom, because why? God has begun to raise the lion. What happens? So let's deal with the liberal side or the Democrat side first, Elder, to show you the systems the Democrats have always had in place. Let's now go to Deuteronomy here, 28. And let's read the first verse. Hit that like button because I have a lot of videos lined up. Stick with me. I may have to end this a little early tonight, but I really wanted to bring this home. So just stick with me here. Go to Deuteronomy 28, verse 1. Read it.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy 28 and 1. And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all the nations of the earth.
So now, the Most High said if the children of Israel would stay on code with him and the law, that he would put us above all people. Now, mind you, our people over all people will look entirely different. See? When the righteous is in authority, the people rejoice because we treat everyone like brothers and sisters, but yet will maintain order. Abram had strangers amongst them that respected and loved him. See? Even when we grew up in a neighborhood, other nations come up amongst us. We treat them like family. We don't treat them like foreigners. But when we was to go into their neighborhoods, they would treat us a certain type of way. Negative in all of this. But we've always embraced others. So when you read this, when the Most High says that he would put us above all nations of the earth, it's talking about a righteous position over a people to rule righteously. See? This is why the Most High kept warning us not to follow the way of the heathen. Because if we think about it, if the heathen has a priesthood in place wherein they would sacrifice their own children, folks, Moloch's sacrifice was known amongst the Gentile nations. If they sacrifice their own children, what do you think they're going to do to God's people if we're placed in their hands? That's why God warned us. These curses wasn't, well, the Most High is going to do this to you. These curses was what happens to a people under the crazed Gentiles. If they have a religion, the Canaanite religion, which requires child sacrifice. So when God gives us the curses, he's only showing us what the Gentiles were doing to one another. And he was warning us, follow the law and keep these nations in check, or your children are going to be experiencing even worse than what they're doing to their own children. Because now there's no emotional attachment. There's no family attachment to this. If there's a sacrifice they have to give up, they would rather sacrifice one of us before their own. So the Most High was warning us what would happen if we fell in the hands of the Gentiles. He was warning us. These people are crazy. Okay? Someone says, elders, I will join. Have to straighten something out first. Okay, straighten out what you got to straighten out. All right. So let's check it out. Let's check it out now. So he says, I will put you above all nations if you were to follow my law. Right? Nowhere in this curse does it says the Israelites or the tribe of Judah or the Jews or the Israelites would be ruling under a curse in the last days. This is what happens if we follow the law. But let's see what happens if we break the law. Right? So, Elder Lawya, let's go directly to 15.
Verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt hearken or wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
All these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. So let's go through a few of these to show you how they set up a system to keep these curses in place. And it's incentivized where the Democrats and others get free money if they, that's right, nonprofit money, if they can keep our people under the curses. Right? Systematic. We've heard about this systematic racism, but we never equated that with the curses, where Esau and the other nations looked at the Bible and say, okay, we need to set up systems to keep Israel under the curse. But what we'll do is we'll make it non-profit subsidies to make them believe we're benefiting and helping the poor. See? 16, let's read it.
Cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field.
Cursed shall y'all be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field. Right? So this is talking about labor, and I'm going to go into it in a moment. Right? Where we would work, doesn't matter in the city, in the field, and it doesn't matter how much we work. Right? We still haven't earned enough to rest. It's only enough to sustain us for that day or that week. So they must set a system in place. A lot of people don't understand this. This is where you get the minimum wage. Right? The minimum wage. But let's go into it. Right? Let's read.
Cursed shall be thy basket and thy store.
Cursed shall be thy basket and thy store. It doesn't matter how much money you make, you'll stay in debt, you cannot save. And guess what? At the end of the year, when you're looking at your taxes and salary, you're wondering, where have all that money went? Why is it that I cannot store money for my children or the next generation? Right? So now they have to put systems in place. So what system do they place along the Democrats, who are our taskmasters? High taxes. It's guaranteed that the Democrats tax. Why? Because those taxes goes into the nonprofit money that they're utilizing for their personal, non-government social organizations to control us. See? So you wonder where your money went. It goes back to the taskmasters, non-government organizations. And they don't got to pay a dime on that money, as long as they keep the slaves underfoot. This is why you have politicians who set up separate non-profits. Okay? They're incentivized as long as they can keep our people suffering on the bottom. See? It's as if they went into the Bible and say, okay, what curses will continually have us exalted over them? The diminishing of Israel makes us rich. And they set a whole model on this based on the curses alone. Check out the next curse, 18.
Cursed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy land, and the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep.
Cursed shall be the fruit of thy body. Setting up a system of impoverishedness where a person have to decide, a young lady would have to decide whether or not she should have her own child. Could be one of the greatest joys that a parent, male or husband and wife, girlfriend or boyfriend, whatever, could experience on the earth. A joy of life that came through love sent by the Almighty. Cursed shall be the fruit of thy body, where your life is so impoverished. You're so poor. You're making a decision on whether or not you should have a child. Only for the liberals to have a system in place to help you get rid of the baby. Look at this. It's right in the curses. Right? 19.
Cursed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and cursed shalt thou be when thou goest out.
When you're born, it's a curse because now you got to navigate through what the doctors are trying to do with your children. Right? The schooling is bad. You don't know the intentions of these teachers who will be in place as I would say high-tech babysitters. You don't know the minds of these people, these strangers you're leaving with your children, because you can't afford to be there. You have to work. So it's cursed from the time somebody come into the earth, have to navigate and hope your children is not affected by this evil world, right? With these demo nuts sitting there trying to do all types of stuff to your children, and then talk about, well, something is going on with black women and mortality having babies, right? As if you think that's a coincidence? And if you think that's a coincidence, wait, I got a video for y'all in a moment. And cursed shalt thou be when thou goest out. Something happens where one of our loved ones die, and we can't even afford to give them an honorable burial. We burn them like wood. These are the systems they set up, right? Check this out. check out the cursing. Let's read that.
Verse 20. The Lord shall send upon thee cursing, vexation, and rebuke, and all that thou settest thine hand unto for to do, until thou be destroyed, and until thou perish quickly.
Read.
Because of the wickedness of thy doings, whereby thou hast forsaken me.
Read the 21st verse.
The Lord shall make the pestilence cleave unto thee, until he have consumed thee from off the land, whither thou goest to possess it.
Where thou goest to possess it. Right? Now check this out. Pestilences. Roaches. Rats. All of these things we have to go through living what? Living in lowly means in these communities. Where if they wanted to, they can clean up the areas like they do the suburbs. They could make sure if they wanted to that there wouldn't be any infestations where we live. But allow these rats and all these others to multiply as a nuisance. Right? Think about this. But check out this system they put in place. Read the 22nd verse, Elder.
Yes, sir. Verse 22. The Lord shall smite thee with a consumption, and with a fever.
And a what?
And with a fever.
And with a fever. So you think it's a coincidence where every time you look with Fauci and others, they're cooking up or talking about a new strain of something? And who was pushing this stuff when it was all going on? It was the liberals to keep our people under control in the poor neighborhoods. And see, I knew this because I had the luxury of traveling outside of the blue states and the blue cities amongst conservatives. And I'm like, man, these people are going on over here in these different suburbs as if nothing is going on. There's no mask. Their restaurants are open. Everybody's saying hi. And then you go into Philadelphia, it looks like an episode of The Walking Dead. One woman had a whole clear plastic bag over her. And everybody is scared of one another, masks. And come to find out, a lot of this stuff could be allegedly, well, they talked about gain of function in Wuhan, China. Not allegedly, it was actually with Senate hearings where they were cooking up some stuff that Fauci was associated with as a form of control under the curse. They shall smite thee with a consumption and with a fever. See? Read.
And with an inflammation.
With an inflammation, read.
And with an extreme burning.
And with an extreme burning. Like we always hear ever so often, they give us updates on sexually transmitted diseases. And come to find out, you go back to the Tuskegee experiment, the syphilis experiment, which are bioweapons they were using during the time of the Vietnam War, where what? The Vietcongs was giving syphilis to the women to get the soldiers sick. Well, even before that, hold up, with the Tuskegee experiments. I need y'all to think about this. So everything the Bible is saying, they put systems in place to keep our people under this. The liberals after Woodstock started promoting what? Free liberal. It was called the sex liberation. Well, with the sex liberation, it would lead to what? The transmission of these diseases, which were originally created in laboratories. Right? No laboratories, none of this stuff would exist. So they look at the curses and put the systems in place to keep us under them. Right? Now, let's go down to where they would be taking our children. You'll be betrothed with a wife and another man asleep with her. Let's get that.
Yes, sir. Verse number 30.
Let's read it.
Thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her.
Thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. Now, a lot of us look at this and say, well, hold up. They was ripping our wives away during captivity and during slavery. But look at the systems that we have today through the sex liberation, where someone will be engaged with someone, and guess what? She have now the liberty, without any consequences, to say, you know what? We're breaking this off because I want to deal with him. And it works the other way too. With no consequence, they've put this system in place where there's no loyalty. Which, you see that? And it keeps people under the curse. So what they look at this and say, well, okay, what systems can we put in place to make sure this is continual? The sexual liberation. Thou shalt what?
Thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her.
Check this out. Read the next one.
Thou shalt build an house, and thou shalt not dwell therein.
Thou shalt build a house, and thou shalt not dwell therein. There's situations where someone can build a house, he betroth a wife, he put a woman in the house, and then he go to court. He can lose the house, she get awarded everything, and bring another man to live in it for free with no consequences while he pay through child support. So it's the liberals who's putting all of these systems in place to keep our people on the bottom. To make sure they look at this curtain and say, okay, how can we execute this? See? If there's no consequences for anything, then what? You allow liberalism to rule. And by default, it keeps God's people on the bottom. Huh? So we never thought of these particular curses in our modern society, of how it's still being executed under a different model. Right? Let's get the ones about the children.
Yes, sir. 32.
32. Check this out.
Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thine eyes shall look and fail for longing for them all the day long. And there shall be no might in thine hand.
And there shall be no might in thine hand. We continually look at slave ships and slavery for this particular curse, not realizing the model we're living under today. Where something is going on due to the toxic environment that's pushed by liberals that lead to what? Substandard living. Drugs being pushed in our neighborhoods. Crack, now fentanyl, to a point where who? CPS comes in. CPS comes in, and now they have the moral authority to take the children away from the parents. And guess what? Sometimes they luck up with a responsible person who really cares about them. But folks, that's not the norm. The majority of our generation that's screwed up are those who went through the system. Where CPS, these liberal people who's into all types of stuff, now have gained access over our children. They set up systems to be able to grab children right from up under us. And now the children do what? They end up hitting the street, molestation, and all types of things. It seems as if they would have been better off under their parents. Right? So these are the systems that liberals keep in place. CPS, taking the children, and all these others. These are liberals. These are Democrats. So they've been tasked with keeping control over our people by systematically setting up models from one generation to the next to have to keep the curse intact. This is why us being Israelites and following the law is so threatening to them. Because if they are allowed to do this under the curse, but we come back to the Almighty and clean ourselves up to follow the law, they no longer will have that authority given. And slowly but surely, all the money they use through these systems fail. Because you don't have people doing drugs, stealing from each other, where children need to be now taken from their parents. It destroys their whole money-making scheme. It destroys it. So eventually, they have to do what? They have to now fly in, bus in, and everything, a new population of victims to keep their taskmaster positions in place. See how it works? Now let's deal with the spiritual side, Elder. The models they would put in place. Deuteronomy 28. Let's go to 64. Since they want to talk about, oh Lord, what's going on? They're ripping people from their family. Oh my God. Let me tell you, this guy could care less about these children right here. Follow the money. Follow the money. Okay. There's a financial interest they have with illegals because now they need a new pool of slaves to keep their organizations going. Now that God's people have begun to wake up here in America. And I've already showed you, I have the paperwork, the studies they put together in 2019, fearing that the black churches in particular believe that the blacks in America are from the lost tribes of Israel. That scared them. Where they took a poll, even with churches who don't believe in what we're believing. They took a poll of regular churchgoers in the black community, and there was a large number of black people in these other churches who were stating there is something to us being the children of Israel. That in of itself is a threat to them. Okay? Because their whole model is banking on us not knowing. That's their whole model. This is why they teach in the Christian church and all that, you don't got to follow the law. You can sin on purpose and be covered by God. Because they know the curses keeps us under their institutions. It was breaking the law that gave them access to us as a people to rule over us. See? That's why they got these stupid churches telling people that it's okay to break God's law and you covered by grace. Who would promote lawlessness? And make you feel bad for following what's written in the Bible. Make it feel like you're doing something heretical. You're a heretic if you follow the laws in the Bible. Insane. But here's the one I wanted to focus on and drill down on with. Deuteronomy
Yes, sir.
28, verse 64. Read that.
Yes, sir. Before we read that, can we read 48?
Yeah, 48. Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy 28 and 48.
Read.
Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things.
Oh, man, this is key. So the liberals will always have an institution in place to help the underprivileged. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We will provide welfare for you, and we will provide what? Council housing, or what you would call urban housing in the neighborhood. Free housing. See? Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies. That's right, not our friends. They come off as if they're our friends. But if they weren't financially benefiting, they would care less about any of this. These satanic liberals. There's a bag that comes with what they're doing. Why do you think these crazy liberals are out there operating? Because they hold up, they're getting in front of my money here. The gig is up, guy. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger. So they would have to set up a place where what? Food banks, and places where we would be what? Appreciative to them for making sure our children eat. Right? When it doesn't make any sense. You have the richest country on earth. You have pillaged all the other countries and have taken all the resources and power, just bagged the president and took trillions of dollars in oil just a couple of weeks ago. So if you have a system like that, where your country is above all countries, all of the citizens should be benefiting equally from the spoils. See that? That's why they took down Gaddafi in Libya. Because whatever he benefited from with the oils were distributed amongst all of his citizens. And a matter of fact, there was a stipend given and all of that in Libya for every married couple. Once you got married, because they what? They promoted the institution of marriage, understanding that marriage leads to a strong nation you'll fight for. So once you were married, you were actually sent a check by the government in Libya. Did y'all know this? And in America, the liberals are working to dismantle families. They're working to dismantle families. Why? It transfers more control to the social control network they have in place. Separated families, you have more abuse, more molestation, which aids towards their what? The programs and nonprofits they set up to service victims. See? You separate families, and now what? You have the criminals and all that who have easier access to the children. You got molestation, criminality. The children grow up struggling. They end up sitting on a corner and having to sell drugs, and the cycle continues, and it feeds the machine. Well, the liberals have all of that in place to benefit from the curse. Right? Mm-hmm. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord sent against thee, in hunger. So they'll set it up where, that's right, they'll make sure you get food if you comply. Right. Waiting on stamps, which also aids to what? A level of what? Becoming complacent and not assuming your full potential. If you know nothing is coming for you, something is going to kick in above you to survive. The survival instinct. But if you know something is coming to you every month and every week you didn't have to work for, It changes your whole mentality when it comes to what life is. And it stifles your progress, your will to succeed. And they know it. So they'll always scare you into backing the liberals to say, okay, if you don't back us, we're going to take away this and take away that. When really they should be giving you the knowledge immediately on how to live without it. But if so, then what good would the liberals be? Their NGOs, their non-government organizations would become void. So again, the curses is what? Setting up a system for systematic destruction, or a model that can keep the curses in place over the slaves. We have to make sure at least they can eat and have a place to stay, but what? But with requirements. You can't make this much. You cannot be bringing in that much to entrench you on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And I know people who would say, well, if I get paid, I gotta get paid under the table, because they find out I'm gonna lose this or I'm gonna lose that, or won't get a better job in fear of them losing their home. And if the liberals were really down with the people, they would allow you to make more money while living there for a time, but give you some time to pivot. But they can't have that, because you may end up making enough money to live next to them.
Mm-hmm.
See? These nut jobs that's protested and all that, they don't live in the inner city. But they'll tell you they living off of what? Tax money. Non-profit money. They buying houses and all of this off of taxpayers' money under these NGOs to keep you in place. But if you're living on assistance and try to get enough money to one day buy a house, they won't allow you to save. They find out immediately what you're making and try to evict you. These are liberal laws. Shouldn't they say, well, listen, we're going to allow you to stay there for at least 2 years to save your money, so that now you won't be dependent on the free subsidies anymore. I'll give you 2-3 years. We know you're making more money, but that's good because you can save, and one day scale to a point where you don't need the system. See that? So they put that curse in place. It is nothing but these liberals. Right?
And check out what it say here, finishing up 48.
Read it.
And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee.
Look at that.
So basically summarizes everything you just stated, how you feel bound to them. Now, you feel like you have to support them, because if you don't get your subsidies. You don't get any food. You don't get any housing.
Yeah, no clothing. And then they put a yoke, or what? A burden on you. When now you're beholden, you're yoked to them now. Even though you don't agree with anything they're teaching, anything they're about. You're not about putting a dress on your son. You're not about transitioning girls and all this. You really know that it's wrong to abort children. But now you're yoked to them for the sake of what? Existing.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not down with this party, even though I know it's evil, then I'll lose everything. Huh? I need y'all to check this out. So now, Elder Lawyer, a nation divided against itself cannot stand. One reason the nation is divided more so than ever is because God's people have begun to wake up. See, but now keep in mind, both sides were ruling We're getting paid off of keeping us at the bottom. The more we rise and overcome the curses, the less riches go to either side. And now they're scrambling for who's going to have control now that there's less for them to divide. This is why now they begin to fall on one another. Democrat against Republican, liberal against conservative. The whole thing is getting exposed to a degree where they can no longer hide. They're about to lose everything. So now they're fighting for what's left. That's what we're witnessing right now. What did Trump do? To start the wheel rolling, the ball rolling. He understood how the model was set up. Trump is not exposing anything that didn't exist since the beginning of the country. It was always illegal. Everything they're doing has always been illegal. Right? So what is Trump doing? He's just showing you how the sausage is made. That's it. And this is why the liberals are losing their minds. How the sausage is made. He's just showing it. It's all a farce. All the politicians set up a nonprofit. You get some victims with some fake name to claim that you're helping the people. For Your Family Foundation or some crap like that.
Mm-hmm.
There's what? There's allocations in the budget for philanthropy and for those who would service the city. There's money allocated for the poor that nonprofits have access to. As long as you can show that you are contributing something to the slaves. See how it works? So they set up these nonprofits, which is straight garbage, get access to the finances, and then take a piece of it, funnel it through whatever group they're going to use. Usually it's a foreign group that came in through a religion. See? And that particular people, be it Arabs, East Indians, they take a part of that money that was in the budget and they kick it back into the campaign for that particular politician. And the cycles continue. From one election cycle to the next. It have always been that way, especially since the civil rights movement, when our people were deceived into joining the party that was hanging us during Jim Crow. Okay, out of Reconstruction, the people that had on the white hoods and all that were all Democrats. So at that point, after Martin Luther King, we switched liberal, because Martin Luther King said, well, at least for this voting cycle, if you give us these civil rights, we're willing to go and vote Democrat now. But it wasn't to stay Democrats. See, it was only for that cycle because, and guess what? It was Republicans who brought forth the civil rights movement, and it was Democrats who tried to filibuster it and stop it from coming into existence. But JFK, okay, he came in and he was like, you know what? We'll vote for you. But it wasn't meant for us to stay liberal. So they end up killing Martin Luther King. They end up killing JFK and putting in Lyndon B. Johnson. And all of them behind closed doors says, we're going to have these N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years, not realizing we were attaching ourselves to a bunch of crazed Satanists, crazed hippies. Huh? So we're breaking it down for you here. Right? So in that, Elder Lawyer, they started bringing in COINTELPRO and infiltrators. Right? Like the guy we have here. Right? Elder Lawyer. Like the guy we have here. Let me put him up in here. Hold on. Need y'all to check this out. All right, let me get him here. Paul Birdsong, Elder. You heard about him?
Yes, sir.
All right. Here go your homeboy. Right? I think the DNC pulled him out of their orifices. Every time that there's a protest or something, they pull out some of their quote unquote, what I think operatives. This was your man Birdsong at the Michigan State Capitol 5 years ago. All right.
And a bigger reason that I'm doing what I'm doing is because I'm a gang member. And I used
now here it is. You know, I'm going to put myself on blast. The reason I'm doing what I'm doing here is because I'm a gang member. Right? So who makes the block hot like this? So he gets out there. This camera is from what? It's a main corporate entity that's filming him. Folks, do you know you can buy a brand new house with this camera? So this is not a regular camera here, folks. And the equipment that it's attached to, you can have a place to live. So out of nowhere, 5 years ago, this guy just came out and check him out, Elder Lawyer. He said, listen, I'm gonna show you what I'm dealing with. I'm a known gang member. Who does this?
And a bigger reason that I'm doing what I'm doing is because I'm a gang member. And I used to be a gang banger. The difference between a member and a member is just part of it. A banger is somebody that's running around destroying shit and hurting other people because they wear the color. The other day I tied my flag with a rival. We were out here, I tied my flag with a rival. We exited black on black crime. We exited stupidity. We exited genocide, self-imposed, and self-hatred, and entered humanity. We unified together and stood. That did something to me. You see what I'm saying?
And as you can see, there's nothing going on around him. He's practicing the script. It seems like he's downtown someplace where, you know, like the yuppie areas, we used to call it growing up, like what we would have like Rittenhouse Square, a nice to do area. It's very nice here, right? A park up the street. And he's talking about he used to be a gangbanger, right? So here, this is how they pull out their operatives. Now, in the midst of it, he's gonna let them know if they come stepping on him wrong, him and the blood's gonna have to do some work.
Did is it made me feel obligated because of all the destruction I caused to cause some construction, to cause some change. And that's why I'm here, and that's why I did what I did. I don't expect anybody to stay with me. I didn't expect anybody to come in the first place. I was going to be there alone, whether they came or not, and I will continue to be here alone, whether they came or not.
So obviously this guy changes roles depending on the scenario, right? So obviously the DNC or somebody calls this guy for whatever events they're doing. And this is why I say don't believe anything you see out there, right? Now, I have a vested interest in this because he's trying to tie where I came up from to this mess. They're moving them all around, folks. You notice 5 years ago, he was Paul Birdsong at the Michigan State Capitol. So they moved this guy all around. Now, all of a sudden, Elder Lawya, get ready, because he's about to bring it home.
Never run up on me. I guarantee they won't. I put a hole in their chest the size of a window.
Ooh, you're hard showing off.
Safe line repair, safe line replace. That's what's gonna happen. They touch me.
I'm scary.
So, Elder Lawya, if they touch him,
ICE agent ever run up on me.
talking about the Black Panther Party, he had to roll that back. And ICE protests saying if they roll up on him, he's gonna do what?
Guarantee they won't. I put a hole in their chest the size of a...
He's gonna put a hole in their chest. Now, who would say that?
Right.
Unless there's a script and or he know he's protected. Now, I'm going to show you the scary part about this, Elder, the deep part about this. I said years ago that they was going to try to switch it up and make religious extremists, makes blacks the face of radical religious extremists in the United States. Right? And people don't even talk like this. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You would have never guessed who he switched switched the name of his organization from now that the Black Panther came out and asked, whose son is this? We don't have nothing to do with this guy. This guy's gonna put heat on all of us. We have nothing to do with this crap, right? Listen to this. Guess what he changes his new organization to? You seen it?
Yes, sir.
The Black Lion Party. Now, what groups out there at all have lion attached to their names or organizations? Israelites. The Lion of Judah. You can't find an Israelite out there that don't have a lion emblem, be it shirts. Hey, even Iraq a couple of years ago came out with Lionborn.
Mm-hmm.
So you see what they're doing here? These are scripts. They done moved from the Black Panther Party to Black Lion. And all the Israelite school of UPK, they wear all black. And usually if you see some of what they have, there's a lion in some of their emblems in all of this. So now, don't be surprised if they use this guy as an operative to demonize Israelites. Now, I'm putting this out there because as an example, they can get any people behind them. You should have seen him posing with his so-called posse. Okay, looked like some people that was just sitting on their stoop that he paid $5 each to pose. Right? So this is how they're going to eventually move it to Israelites. Right? Now, next thing, Elder. Do not fall for what they're saying. Now, check out this, Elder. Here's a nurse. She done came up with a great idea on what to do against ICE agents if they need any health care. If they find themselves in a hospital or need nurse care. Now, I'm pointing this out because if she think like this here, how many of those people think like this when our people go into some of these institutions they call hospitals?
Right.
Listen to her idea on what to do with ICE to show you the nut jobs they have in trusted positions institutions our people depend on to live. This is a nurse. Think about this. And now think about them being celebrated a few years ago when the bug was promoted. Who are these people? Check her out.
Tactic, or at least scare tactic. All the medical sabotage tactic, or at least scare tactic. All the medical providers grab some syringes with needles on the end.
Grabbed some syringes with needles on the end. Now, let alone, you can look at her eyes, she's bugged out. Let's first start there. Okay? So you get some of these liberal nut jobs who power trips, who get in positions where they relish the thought of having power over others' lives. Right? So when you get some of these quacks, some of these nut jobs, they go into some of these trusted institutions because to them, they get a rush to know at any point, at any moment, I could take a life and guess what? Nothing will happen to me. Right? So these crazed, liberal, crazed white women. Right?
All the medical providers grab some syringes with needles on the end. Have them full of saline or succinylcholine, whatever.
She even putting out the drug that she know will paralyze and or unalive people. I need y'all to think about, these are the people that we're supposed, that our lives are in their hands. She even put it out there what all the nurses, the liberal nurses, need to do. And now I understand why Bill Gates years ago said, well, if grandma or grandpa, if they are, don't live an extra 3 to 4 months, and we can hire more nurses and teachers, that's a benefit. If we can take away a few months that, of grandma or grandpa, and then we can finance more teachers and nurses, then, but no one wants to talk about that because it's the death panel. So if they decide that, guess what, your mother and father in the hospital, and they want to pull the plug or do something where it saves because now they're not going to get the Social Security or retirement, that money can go towards more teachers and nurses. Now we understand why he was spouting this. Look at what they want to invest in. So this is her answer for ICE. I'm going to play it all the way through. And then you can tell me what you think about this, Elder. Pull it all the way through.
Sabotage tactic, or at least scare tactic. All the medical providers grab some syringes with needles on the end. Have them full of saline or succinylcholine, whatever. That will probably be a deterrent.
Here is your daily reminder that it is a federal crime to interfere with ICE agents. The woman in this video is an employee at VCU Health, and she is encouraging people to take syringes filled with various liquids and stab ICE agents with them. She's calling these her resistance tips, and since these videos were posted, VCU Health came out with a statement saying that she's been put on administrative leave. People see—
Hold up, Elder. So she still is receiving a check. She hasn't been fired. She's been put on administrative leave. All right? Let's check this out.
Seem to forget that just because they're sitting behind their phone in either the privacy of their own home or their office, that their words most definitely still have consequences. Kudos to VCU Health for doing the absolute bare minimum and putting this woman on administrative leave after she so blatantly and obviously is encouraging people to hurt ICE agents.
Any opinion on this, Elder? The woman who says, and she actually put out the agents to use syringes to use as weapons against ICE agents. Now, Think about this in the vein of what we've just gone through when the earth shut down a few years ago. You have anything to say on that?
Not much outside of if you're willing to use it for this cause. What stops you from using this same tactic, as she called it? She referred to it as a tactic. What stops you from using this tactic on any other group that you don't agree with or that you don't like or that doesn't favor your opinion or your political views?
Because that's her personal view on how to nullify an enemy. So then we have to really have to understand her view of what an enemy is and what happens when they're under her care. Suppose she have a problem with black people. See that?
Right.
So if she can do this and say this outright publicly, obviously she's emboldened to do this in the cover of night when no one's looking, knowing that there'll be no consequences if she was to. And who knows how many times they've been tasked with having to give someone this to make their the patients comfortable. So she's desensitized to this point. When they're told to put something in that syringe that they know that's going to unalive a person because the family have agreed to it now, they become desensitized. They believe that giving someone this stuff is normal. They've been doing it so long. So in case any of you missed this, so when I seen this, Elder Lawya, I was like, oh my goodness.
Sabotage tactic, or at least scare tactic. All the medical providers, grab some syringes with needles on the end. Have them full of saline or succinylcholine, whatever. That will probably be a deterrent.
Here is your daily reminder that it is a federal crime to interfere with ICE agents. The woman in this video...
Sabotage tactic, or at least scare tactic. All the medical providers, grab some syringes with needles on the end. Have them full of saline or succinylcholine, whatever. That will probably be a deterrent.
Here is...
And let me tell you, Lawya, this generation is in trouble. Because when we teach this, a nation divided against itself cannot stand. What's one of the biggest issues plaguing America when it comes to family and all that right now? The fact that it's not just a divide between the conservatives and liberals. Men and women have been totally separated. I need you to think about this. In the scriptures, it talks about the lack of men at the very end of all of this. And what she just put out there, she just gave women ideas who are nurses. And you ought to think about this, folks. We're coming in a time where things are going to be harder. Money is drying up. Jobs are drying up and all this. Relationships on the rocks. And you're going to have a lot of women, after seeing this, that's going to find out about this, who works in nursing places, who's going to be using this as a weapon. Especially against a man who have an issue with and all that. The relationship ain't going right, or he done went out and now he's doing what he want to do. I'm going to tell y'all folks, you're going to have a lot of women saying, what is this again? Using Google, looking into it, nurses and all that, giving people the tools they need against men. It's coming. And don't tell me, Elder Lawya, I'm showing my age right now. Don't tell me it's not going to happen. Lorena Bobbitt, she was on all these talk shows. Oprah was talking about it. Lorraine Bobbitt, she went, her man was doing wrong, and then his wife castrate him and go throw his member on the road, and on the talk show, all the women were laughing. And then there was an uptick, an epidemic of men getting separated from their situations. Right? When Waiting to Excel came out, and Angela Bassett put all those clothes of her husband in the car and threw a match and walked away. Folks, we up in the hood and cars is on fire. So I'm going to tell you. So don't tell me that people who are watching this isn't going to do this and use it as a weapon. So it's when I put here, a nation divided against itself cannot stand. This nation is divided on every level. The Most High separating the Israelites from the Gentiles. Us coming back to Christ. On top of that, the liberals are now fighting against the conservatives because their money is drying up. And guess what? Their gig has been exposed. Now, some people might ask, well, why is Esau, being the conservative who's always been down with the liberals controlling us, why are they now exposing the grift? The nonprofit grift that kept us enslaved? Well, if they're being paid to keep us under control, and we found out without their help that we're God's people, and they can no longer control us in their institutions. Let's get there real quick. Deuteronomy 28, Elder Lawya, and 28 and 64. And 64. Let's read that.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy 28, verse 64.
Okay.
And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from the one end of the earth even unto the other. And there shalt thou serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone.
So in the curse, we would serve other gods, predominantly the gods of the Gentiles, like Nimrod and Semiramis under the Catholic Church when it comes to the wood, showing a dead man that have nothing to do with Christ on a cross as a form of religious control. Stone represent that rock in Mecca, which has nothing to do with Abraham. So why are the liberals getting exposed right now, and their grift is now being highlighted and magnified before the world? It was their position to keep us from ever finding out. They were paid to come amongst us, to keep us disoriented, confused, against one another, and we still rose above their deceit and begin to convert the poor into understanding that they are in fact God's people. The liberals dropped the ball, so they're no longer useful. If they cannot control the slaves, then guess what? The gravy train has dried up on them. If you can't control the slaves, and because once they find out the gig is up, our riches is based on them complying to servitude. Based on them just agreeing with their low status. We put y'all nut jobs in place to keep them disoriented, confused, and that's what your paycheck is for that. Now our people are questioning everything. We're questioning shots. We're questioning the educational system. We're questioning everything now. And then on top of that, what's being exposed, Elder Lawya, is they're stomping hard for strangers who are not invested in this country at all. harder than they've ever stomped for us. And our people are looking back at this and saying, hold up now. This is interesting. When it came a time where our people needed something, y'all would always retort as Democrats, well, I can't do but so much. Or I can't do it because of the Republicans. But then we look at it and our people are struggling. We're losing our jobs. Our children are suffering. We have no money. And here it is. We come to find out you got billions for Somalis. You know, Judah started looking at this and like, well, hold up now. The math ain't math in here. We've always backed Democrats. We've always been behind you, even if we didn't agree with your immoral ways. Without us, none of you would have positions. So when that light came on, Elder Lawya, and our people started looking at our condition and say, well, hold up, out of nowhere, you can find money for people that you have no vested interest in, people from someplace else, somewhere else. And it changed the whole game. Because a nation divided against itself cannot stand. And they've totally disrespected and offended their only voting base that kept them in position. So there's another divide there. Judah from the Democrats. And it doesn't mean that Judah is going to become Republican. Judah is saying, you know what? It's time for us to chart our own path. Outside a system from either side, Democrat or Republican, who both are incentivized to keep us on the bottom. And the Most High made it that way. Because the only path that's out there outside of this system, the system of slavery, is the truth of Christ and the knowledge of who we are. Right? So now our people, Elder, are saying, okay, now, on top of this, Elder, you got Nick Fuentes, right? A card carrying, unapologetic racist. But guess what? I respect Nick Fuentes. Okay, I respect him because he's one of the few that's willing to speak honestly with how he truly feels. He's not like the liberals and others who feel disdain against us or against anything, but will conceal their evil intent by smiling and agreeing with us the whole time. One thing I can respect about this guy, you know what? He's gonna shoot straight. He said, listen, I'm for white people. I'm for conservatives. He says he's for white Christians. He don't have to apologize for it. He's for his people first. Thank you. On top of that, he's saying, well, listen, he don't want to pay no tax money where in his country he paying taxes for is being controlled by an outside entity. He's exposing Israel as the true controller, as he mentioned, of America, which is what? A conflict of interest. So now there's a divide between the white racist Aryan and or the white racist Jew, because there's white racists amongst all these different groups. So now they both agree to keep us enslaved. And now they're going against one another. Right? So how can America stand? being divided more so on every level than it has ever been since its inception. It would be impossible for a country as divided as this to survive long term. And I can give you some examples. Even though there was racism and division between blacks in America and the whites, Edomites who were over the enslavement, when it came time to stand together and rally for self-preservation, we united because we had something in common. We had families. So when there was an outside threat and there was a war that was declared, we put those racist things aside to defend our families. Every war, you can name it. Be it a lot of people don't know this, the Revolutionary War, where America so-called gained independence from Great Britain. That couldn't not have happened without the blacks. With a promise, and they reneged on this, with a promise to not enslave us or to keep it, or work a program to eventually move our people out of slavery into the constitutional rights as what? An American citizen. A lot of people don't know this. We fought in those wars. The Civil War. Guess what? The North would have lost if we weren't there. Every war, we were there. Right? But now it's something different. We're sitting back and allowing them to carry the whole burden of Babylon, Elder Lawya, alone. And they don't know how to deal with this iteration of Judah. Okay? This iteration of Judah is no longer emotionally invested. We tried everything we could to be appreciated. We tried everything to show that we're not a threat, that we just want to be treated like people. We've tried everything to be unified, fought for not just our rights, but the rights of every person throughout the earth. And continually, they did what? They showed us their narrow red behinds. So now Judah is in a different place right now. Judah is indifferent. It's not like Judah doesn't care at all, but Judah isn't invested. Judah is saying, we tried everything else. We're going to try something we never tried before. We're disengaging. We're going to read our books, read our Bible, follow our God, and get our issues together amongst us. In particular, we expand this, being that we understand who we are beyond Judah. But I'm talking about the view from an American, Black American view, who are from the tribe of Judah. But now it's like all the 12 tribes that come to the knowledge of the truth. We're going to follow the Most High together. We're going to gather together, those two sticks together. And guess what? We're going to respect everything that's going on out there as far as hope that it works out for you all. But we will not engage for no reason. Right? Someone says we're eating our popcorn. There it is. Right? So let's check out, Elder Lawya, a few of these, what's going on, and then we're gonna read what Christ say. A matter of fact, let's read, Elder Lawya. Let's go to Isaiah 32 and 5 real quick. Isaiah 32 verse 5. Right?
Yes, sir. The book of Isaiah 32 verse 5.
Isaiah, and this is what happens when Israel began to rise from up under the curse. The liberals lose their power, and eventually the Edomite powers are saying, well, why are we financing you if the children of Israel are no longer trusting the system anymore or willing to follow the liberal way? If you can't keep the children of Israel in sin and under control, then guess what? We have no use for you anymore. We're going to dry up your money. We're going to show people the con game of how you've been using money and cycling it into your campaigns and all of this. And guess what? Your immigration trying to replace us right up under our foot isn't going to work. See? Because we would have to vote you into power in order for you to legalize all of these people into law and make them citizens. They was all, Elder Lawya, they was this close. They almost had everyone conned. And in position, they was right there talking about a fast track to citizenship. That's how close they were. And now our people seeing this and like, oh, one more administration, it would have made the black people in America's political power obsolete. They were close. See? Elder Lawya, let's read it.
Yes, sir. Isaiah 32 verse 5.
Isaiah 32 verse 5. Let's read this.
The vile person shall be no more called liberal, nor the curl said to be bountiful.
So the vile person, which are really these liberals, shall no longer be called liberal. These are the people we've attached ourselves to. The vile person will no longer be called liberal. Let's get liberal in the Hebrew. Right? That's not Yab. Right? Voluntary, that is generous, that is hence magnanimous, grandy, free. Don't forget, free sex, liberal, and all these others. Liberal, noble, prince, willing. Right? So it says the vile person shall no more be called liberal. There are your liberals right there. Nor the what?
Nor the curl said to be bountiful.
Nor the curl said to be bountiful. Right? Now look at, it says the curl be bountiful. Right? Being financially grandized and all these others. Look at the word curl according to the Bible. Kalyalaya or kalya, which is what? Sense of withholding. Niggardly. Nor churl. The liberal nor the niggardly. It says, nor the niggardly said to be bountiful. Okay? So all this ignorant crap that's going on with that woman operating negatively from Texas, this congresswoman acting like a fool, the Most High he's exposing it all, and our people are saying, you know what? No more. No more voting for the niggardly. No more backing the liberal who have destroyed God's people, the vile man. The Bible exposes everything. They tied our people to a bunch of fools. And now that they can't control us, all of these Satanists, these liberals, have become expendable. That's why they're crashing out all over the place. And folks, it's not just Minnesota. That's just the beginning of it. Because that model have been set up everywhere our people are to undermine us. That same system over there. And we didn't know what the systems were. Seeing these Muslims come in, these East Indians come in, because we don't conversate with them. We don't do anything with them to know how they're actually leapfrogging us within one generation. But they've been dealing with this con for decades, undermining us while God's people suffer. Huh? A nation divided against itself. Matthew 12, verse 25. Let's go there real quick. Matthew 12, verse 25. Then after this, I have one video to play, and then we're going to open up. We're going to open up for calls for those who would like to call in or come in through Zoom. Right? Let's get the last scripture, Matthew 12, verse 25. That's right.
Matthew 12.
So we're going to sit back, read the Bible, pray to the Almighty, and eat our organic popcorn and watch Babylon does what it do. According to prophecy, Babylon the Great is fallen. It's fallen. Why is it fallen? Because you're not going to have God's people helping you hold it up anymore. It's a thankless job. We get nothing in return. And I'm going to tell you how the Most High does this, Elder Lawyer, to show you the hypocrisy. The same people who claim, oh my God, the taxes are going to be overwhelming. We're not going to be able to bear anything. The whole system is going to shut down if there's any reparations for the children of slaves. Only to find out not too long ago, they've been giving billions to other people right up under our nose, telling us, even while Barack Obama was there, that no one can do anything for the people who built the country. At the same time, trillions going into Israel, a foreign nation. Hundreds of millions went to the Ukraine. And our people were looking at it like, well, okay, I'm sure, that's foreign things that we probably don't understand. But I'm going to tell you what got up under our people's craw. When they seen how much money was being given away within the borders, within the country, under the black and brown people, and none of our people who built the country received anything. At the same time, they're telling us they don't know where to find money for the people who actually built the country. Mm-hmm. Who've been taken advantage of by all races of people, including the people they bring over here to look down on us. I think that's when our people started looking at it like, oh, hold up. Okay. They done pegged us into a hole to be what? To be subservient and to be trodden down upon. It's our position to get stepped on by everyone. And our people are saying, listen, no more. Right? What did Christ say? Let's go there real quick, Matthew.
Yes, Matthew sir. Matthew 12 and 25.
Let's read it.
And Yeshua knew their thoughts and said unto them, Every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation.
Yeshua knew their thoughts and said to them, every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation. There's no way America can survive with how individuals and races are divided on every level. On every level. You think about it, there's a divide in every area of the people who's tasked with defending the country. Right? Families can't stay together. Man can't stand woman. Woman can't stand man. Children are out of control. They don't want to listen to the parents. The parents have given up trying to guide the children. The conservatives against the liberals. Now you got these people losing all of their money now that they're getting exposed. All right? They running in front of ICE trucks and all that, saying, oh, what's going on? Protests, waiting for us to come out. And guess what? That's right. The cavalry isn't coming. The cavalry isn't coming. And here's another thing, Elder. Behind the mask. Come to find out, here we go. A lot of these ICE agents are foreigners from from African villages, from the Middle East, and all of that. It was exposed in one of the ICE agents. He was straight. It sounded like he was from one of those African guerrilla areas in Africa. And he was masked up. So not only do they have this thing happening there with the so-called illegals, no one is talking about the foreign agents behind masks who are from other places, who can be now utilized for other law enforcement missions. Years ago, we were talking about how they was going to bring in foreign troops or whatever when it comes to disarming America. Okay, so that's going on too. A nation divided against itself cannot stand. Is brought to desolation, read.
And every city or house divided against itself shall not stand.
And every city or house divided against itself shall not stand. Well, doesn't that sound like America? So now what we must do is come back to the Almighty, circle the wagons, get with those of like mind, and brace ourselves to navigate through this trouble together. It become what? The cage of every foul and unclean bird, which means when they brought all these people into America at once to undermine us, well, these nations brought forth the demons and spirits that destroyed their communities from where they're from and the countries where they're from. Well, that's what came over to America with them. And that's the price they were willing to pay to keep the child of Judah in particular from ever rising, knowing our task is and was to wake up the 12 tribes everywhere. So the price the Gentiles had to pay was to bring all these people over, knowing that once you bring these people over and divide the family through all these social programs and all that, that eventually they was willing to sacrifice the country to keep Judah from ever rising. See? And now they've opened up the proverbial Pandora's box. There's no reeling this back. There's no reeling this back. What they've allowed to let loose will not stop working until Babylon is no more. The only refuge is the new Noah's Ark, who is Christ. That's the only refuge. They've done so much destruction to family. They have done so much to divide the man and woman. And all of this, folks, is because they could not stop what the Most High was doing with our people in the awakening. They're throwing everything at us at once, and we're still rising. We're still rising. And guess what, folks? We are not to fear. This is what freedom looks like. If the Most High kept this thing stabilized for long, we would begin to think that what? America was the kingdom that was promised. See? We must seek for something greater than this now. And there's no other place better on earth than America. So once America's done, we have to seek for something greater. And what's greater is only what the Most High promised and what Christ can provide. I thank the Most High that what comes next belongs to God's people. Huh? Hold tight. We got one more video to play, and then we'll open it up for calls. Elder Lawya, you think you can go another extra 30, 40 minutes with me tonight?
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
All right, brother. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back in a moment. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. All right, jumping right in. And yes, Hebrew and Bible Academy, you are invited. We will be taking enrollments in 2 weeks for the new academy for those who would like to be a part of that. Go to historytimes.org, historytimes.org. Let's hear what some of our people are saying concerning why our people are saying persona non grata to these protests. All right. We are not to get into this at all. This is none of our business. Okay. They're distracting people because they're going into the midterms and they don't want people, demo nuts, don't want people talking about all the money they're funneling through these non-profits. It's not just in Minnesota. The protest they're doing is to take the lens off of all of the shenanigans that's not just in Minnesota. This stuff is everywhere. All right? So we have nothing to do with what they're talking about. Now, let's go into this real quick, Elder Lawya. I don't know what's going on with these septum rings. Lord, have mercy. Have mercy on our soul. They look unsanitary. It looks crazy, okay? But anyway, let's see what you have to say about, now, I don't understand why they titled this, Elder Lawya, immigrants enraged with Black Americans are not protesting for them. Immigrants have no problem with our people not protesting. Illegal immigrants have a problem. Okay? I mean, think about this. We travel to how many different countries? Like 3 or 4 separate countries, right, Elder Lawya?
Gone.
Probably more, right? We in France, the Greek islands, Egypt, England.
UK, yeah.
Right?
Right.
And there's rules in place, right?
Mm-hmm.
While I was in the Greek islands, dealing with, because, I'm a singer by trade. I'm a songwriter by trade. I did jingles and all that. You was there when I was over there.
Right.
And because we have to sustain. We have to use our talents to sustain. So, here it is. They're making all this money on Saturdays off of the entertainment or whatever the case is, right? And I'm like, well,
right.
you know what? We packing the place and all this Saturday nights. And I said, you know what? I got some money saved. I said, I'll tell you what, let's invest in a friendly type of entertainment thing. Kids can come over. When people come on holidays, it could be more so friendly entertainment for the family. I'm like, you know what? I saved some money. Let's buy something that we can fund what we would like to do for our people. Right? So I asked the guy, what would it take for us to buy our own business here? Now I'm thinking like an American. If I got the money, it's okay. Right? We're employing their people. Right? It's free enterprise, I thought. And they're looking at me saying, well, unfortunately, listen to this, brothers and sisters. You can't set up a business unless you bring in another citizen who would have 51% of the control over the business who's a citizen. I'm like, okay, all right, let me make this clear. my hard-earned money that I've worked towards, saved, I put the money in and get some Joe Splo from your country to become the controller of the country. And all he's bringing is the fact that he was born here. They was like, well, yeah. I'm like, does that make any sense to you? It's like, of course, it makes sense. It's more you than us. If Americans were to come over here and do what you're doing, we would cease to exist because y'all have the talent, y'all got the money, y'all got all the things, and our people, we barred out of business. So not only would I have to get citizenship, I would have, and in Egypt was the same way. But if you set up a company here, anything you set up, one of our citizens must have 50% or more ownership of that particular business. But they can come here to where our people slaved, get a business, and guess what? They don't have to, there's no requirement for them to have one of us as partnerships with their business. While in the same neighborhood, they prop them people right where we live, knowing the laws back from where they come from would prohibit me, our brothers and sisters here, from doing what they're doing in our neighborhoods. See, and that's why it's important that brothers and sisters travel to understand how wrong they're doing us. Man, that was an eye-opener for me. I'm like, so let's make it clear. I gotta go in business with some people strictly because you were born here. And I'm the one making the money for everybody, and now this person gets 50% while my people are suffering. Make that make sense. But they'll come over here. So it ain't about immigrants, folks. Immigrants have no problem because they went the proper way for citizenship. These nut jobs are trying to overrun and undermine us with a bunch of illegal people, which means criminality and everything will go up in our neighborhoods. And now our children are being assailed upon. Our children are being unalived. See, I'm glad, Elder Lawya, we was able to travel the world to understand how much these people have taken advantage of us. And then what they'll do. I'm going to tell you what they'll do. In Egypt too. This is what they do. You set up a business with them. They learn your model. They learn your secret sauce on how to you actually make your business run. And what they'll do is they'll have their cousin set up, or brother or someone in the family set up the same business 2 doors down or a door down, and then sabotage your business, and now they own 100% of it. Because don't forget, they start doing some crazy stuff, and you hear from America, you know what I mean? You're going to step to them. You're going to show forth some level of, you're going to bring it where there's some conflict. If you're going to try to steal something from, you're going to raise up and say, you can't steal from me. And then if you say something when they're trying to steal from you, all of a sudden here comes immigration. See? So they'll take your ideas while you're in another country, find out how you're doing it, set up a shop right up the street with the government complicit in this. Sabotage your business, and if you say something, immigration to move you out of the way, and now they have stolen the whole idea. And folks, it's not like that just in Egypt. Even in the parts of Africa where our people are, Ivory Coast or whatever, it's the same deal. So that's why I'm not dealing with that crap, right of return. That's a grift. That's a scam. Or why don't you come over here? You got land. No, they give you a 99-year lease. And it won't take them 99 years to get that property from up under you once you put your money out there. All right? Fair use.
Y'all are focusing on why don't black people care what Trump is doing. We do. But we're focusing on us and ourselves to survive through this. Which
you heard what you said, Elder?
Yes, sir.
Y'all wonder, now you would have thought that we all had a powwow, that there was a meeting where all of Judah and America came together. No, it's the Holy Spirit, folks. It's the Holy Spirit. All of a sudden, from different walks of life, from different belief systems, we're all coming to the same conclusion at almost the same exact time. Tell me that's not the Almighty. Listen to this.
I made a video earlier, I took it down, but y'all are focusing on the wrong people. Y'all are focusing on why don't black people care what Trump is doing. We do. But we're focusing on us and ourselves to survive through this, which y'all need to be.
Thank you. No, it ain't our position to stop Trump from doing what he's doing. Even the Most High says that you can't not resist the power. The authority that's set up. You think listen, every empire that was set up, our God allowed. Okay? That's the realization of it. Well, I'm going to go get knocked over my head and get dragged over a bunch of liberal nut jobs. And these are the same people who also marched to unalive our children with the abortion and all these others. These are the same people that's telling us that our sons should put on dresses. Okay?
Be focused on instead of, well, why aren't black people actively protesting and doing all the things that they usually do? One, because we told you we're not going to do that anymore. Okay? We told you. Y'all didn't listen. Two, because we can't help you as much as the people you need to help you. Okay? You need white people. You're focusing on black people, you need to focus on white people. You need to get their attention, their compassion, their empathy.
And that's a great point, because they told us in America, Elder Lawya, that white people were the majority. Because what allowing illegals to do what they're doing and undermining us, which will drive down wages when there's no jobs already. How is protesting against that benefiting us? When you know the corporations brought up a lot of the companies here to send workers from their country to work here for lower wages. So, folks, these people didn't just walk over without a plan. They had maps, they had everything, and they had people to meet if they could make it over the border, which was attached to corporations who own companies here in America. They would rather pay slave labor than the people who work here to make profit. So that would be, our people would be starch idiots to go out there and get in front of something that was put in place politically to undermine our people financially. Haven't we suffered long enough? You got to be out of your mind. Oh yeah, you're going to get in front of a foreign ICE agent who's probably have killed people where he's from. Okay? I'm going to protect the guys, the illegals who's here to steal all of our jobs.
Their social and political power. You're focused on the wrong people. You're focused on the wrong demographic. Black people don't make up the vast majority of this country. We don't make up the vast majority of politicians. We are not in the White House. I'm telling you, you need to focus on white people and getting them to actively care and campaign and protest in your name, in your favor, and leave black people alone.
Oh, no, brother. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Noble, you got 12 subscribers. I'm down with you. But let's go to the next thing over here. All right? I appreciate you, my brother. All right, let's go slide right here. No, not him. Not him. Right now, that guy's in a doghouse. All right? Let's get right by. Right? No, not you, brother. All right? Corey Holcomb did some straightening there. Now, understand what we got going on here, Elder. You got young women waking up and saying, this is not our fight. Now, I'm going to ask you, Elder Lawya, why would this be according to your view on this? Why do you think this would be a white person's fight?
First and foremost, they have the most to gain.
Like what?
Well, if they're benefiting from certain programs that usually come to immigrants, they're getting kickbacks from certain programs, financial programs that are set out for, really not even set out for immigrants. It's monies that's set out for certain things for our communities, but immigrants pretty much get the dibs on some of these finances. And then you have, as we mentioned earlier, the white liberals who somehow, some way find a way to get kickbacks out of this. Then obviously it's in their interest to go out there and protect their bag.
So it's in their interest because without victims, it dries up. Their gravy train is dried up.
Right, exactly.
Interesting. Let's see what else they talking about this all over the place. Right? What do you think about these Black Lives Matters? Let me see. And another thing, Black Lives Matter is not a black organization. All right? It's a white liberal nut job organization. Okay? If Black Lives Matter in America, then they would have all came together and gave reparations to the children of slaves. All right? That's the only time Black Lives is going to matter. All right? Find out what you gave to Holocaust survivors, Israel, Ukraine, illegals, and guess what? Stop all of that and give it to the people who built the country, and then we'll realize that Black Lives matter. Okay? Get out of our schools. Get your health, death care, mental health garbage out of our community. Leave us alone and allow us to find our own way with our families. We do not need your help for anything outside of getting out of our way, staying out of our way. How about that? Black folks not marching.
See? It's stuff like this is the reason why my people ain't marching for y'all. Listen closely.
Over equality. Wait your turn, and to those young Rawchaa or Rawchaa want to believe that, you better turn your TV, brother. You better turn your radio back.
What do you think about these Black Lives Matter that they want to be paid for being, slaves and
reparation? Well, I heard they passed in North Carolina.
What?
It was a small little town in North Carolina that passed reparations for whoever's over there. I'm sure they'll try to do something out here in California. I think they already actually got a little board going that they're going to start looking into it.
That's where we, the Rawchaa, need to step up, protest, and I'm talking major, and turn around and tell them, no, nobody ain't getting reparations until the Native Americans and the Mexicans get ours first. We've been going to the...
Now, see that? You got people who came over, Democrat shills that put in place to undermine us, who wouldn't have had an opportunity unless our people bled, our blood soaked the ground of this country, who's sitting there on a podcast saying, well, blacks shouldn't get anything unless the Mexicans and North American Indians get theirs first. See that? So this is what? These are Israelites who have taken on Edomite talking points, not realizing they wouldn't be here at all if it wasn't for the struggle that came through civil rights. Right? So this is why the Bible says that the Most High says that he must what? Magnify Judah first, so that the tribes, that the others will not magnify themselves, that he must raise Judah first, so that the tribes of Israel doesn't what? Magnify themselves against us. They'll come over here and take sides with the people who oppressed us and did all types of diplomatic destructions on their particular country, which led to them having to come here in the first place. The same people who destroyed their country are the people who've enslaved us. And they'll come over here to the Americas and side with the people who've always destroyed Judah. And this is why we're sitting back looking like, this is interesting. Here it is, Elder Lawya, when I got the knowledge of the truth, yourself and others, the first thing we're thinking of is, well, no, it ain't just about Judah. Like Christ says, it's time to gather the 12 tribes together under one king who is Christ. And love each other equally, knowing that we all have our separate curses and oppression under the same people. And these people will get a microphone in front of them. I'm going to show you the disrespect. We've always fought for everyone. And they'll come to where we are and say, well, no, y'all don't deserve anything. And I'm looking at this. And you wonder why Judah right now is saying, you know what? We're good. Sellouts. Now, of course, this is not the norm. This is not the representation of the 10 tribes that we come accustomed to knowing and loving. And the people amongst our church, they're nothing like these people. Because guess what? We have a lot of these amongst Judah. Right? But I just wanted to point to this and say, you know what? It's deep. The disrespect lies deep with people who come over here without knowing the history of how they garnered the opportunity to be here, with what we had to suffer for all of the tribes. And it's a shame because, I don't think these brothers here would like to put their face, based on what's about to happen, I don't think they want their face out there with these particular type of sentiments. Because Esau and the powers that be, like Nick Fuentes and others, isn't going to give them a pass because they betrayed us. They're not going to get a pass. Right?
This couple a lot longer, so I don't want to hear it. Because it's not fair, dog. How are you going to give a bunch of money to a specific group? This is the United States.
Listen to this guy, Elder Lawya. I think this is a brother, no, I think he's from Issachar. How are you going to give money to a specific group? This is the United States. Holocaust survivors, anyone?
Right.
Ukraine? Anyone?
Mm-hmm.
So he has a problem with it actually going to the people that deserves it. How can money go to a specific group? This is the United States. There's money that's earmarked for who? For other groups all the time. Right? All the time. What boat did this guy come in on? Money that's specifically for Jews, we can't get access to. Money that's specifically for gays, those who identify as LGBTQ. Okay, unless you identify with that, none of us cannot get access to that. So what are you talking about specific? There's money for specific groups. What the Hades is this guy talking about?
Melting pot. How are you going to give it to a specific group?
Because right now they've got the white people with so much guilt. It was your parents.
The reason why you're not seeing so many black people at these protests is because that's what Donald Trump wants. Okay? Donald Trump wants us to be the front line, to be beaten on, and things of that nature. And the fact that you guys have not acknowledged that, you're looking behind for black people and you've never sat down and said, well, why aren't black people jumping to the front of the line during these protests?
Elder Lawya, that's a great point. Because if we were to come out there in numbers, don't you think they would stop bagging illegals and solely focus on stomping us into the concrete? I need you to think about this. Imagine if they did what they've just done to a white lesbian woman. And don't forget, there's only a few protected groups in the United States. And LGBTQ so happens to be one of those. One of the two protected groups here. If they're willing to do this, if what they're saying happened, like it happened, to a white lesbian woman, what do you think they'll do if one of us show up out there? Are you crazy?
I made a video after Kamala Harris lost that illustrated that black people are tired. We are tired. We're exhausted. And so we decided to take a different approach. We decided to not be the front lines. We decided to be the ones at home. We decided to be the voices, things of that nature. Organize also amongst ourselves and get ourselves together because clearly people did not vote with us. Now you're seeing the effects of that. The reason why you're able to notice things within the Trump administration is because they can't center black people as the problem. That's what it is. They can't centralize black people as the issue. And they've been trying. They've been trying every which way to get us out there to protest, and we have not budged. Of course, we're against these illegal deportations. We were the...
Oh, no. Speak for yourself. Okay? Speak for yourself. We believe in people following the law. All right? Let's make it clear. God gave us the law. Borders are in place for a reason. All right? So speak for yourself when saying we're against these illegal deportations. Okay? If our people, if this brother right here was to go into Egypt or a Middle Eastern country and try to get the money that belongs to other people and try to take the jobs of those citizens, they will have this guy on the first thing smoking. Okay? And if you overstay after 3 months and are founded, they will throw you in jail in these other countries. Now, I don't know about jail don't forget, jail in America, let me tell you, that's a camp compared to being in jail in these third world countries. I traveled over in the Middle East. You overstay and they throw you in one of these places, folks. Guess what, folks? You got a dirt floor with critters running around. On top of that, you won't eat unless a family member come with food.
Right.
You like, yo, where my 3 squares in a cot at? And then you got some crazed Arab with 2 teeth missing and different spots that you don't understand how that went down, checking out what size shoe you wear. Because he up in there with no shoes, with all types of dark cheese between his toes. See?
Right.
So it's a whole different vibration compared to them being jailed here before deportation. All right? Where they're being held to some degree, I'm going to tell you, it's like a 5-star hotel compared to where some of these people come from. So no, brother. No. All right, let's get this straight. Of course we are against these illegal deportations. The illegal part is people coming over the border knowing the risks. That's the illegal part. So that's why people have to travel. You have to broaden your minds and understand what's going on here doesn't make any sense. They came over knowing the risk. If I'm caught, there's a chance I will be deported. Nowhere in the world can our people travel like this and undermine another country and take finances off of the foods of the citizens' table and not expect deportation. Are you kidding me? You got a guy looking at your fresh Jordans and you thinking, at least I'm going to get 3 meals in a cot. And they looking at you speaking in a language that no one understands. And you start figuring out, hey man, no one's coming. Don't forget, I done got some phone calls where I had to send money. I'm talking about people who I didn't even say go anywhere. Okay? I get a phone call. I'm like, yo, she said, yeah, this guy, he's up in a situation. I'm in another country. I'm like, who? What? I'm making a call. Some guy moseyed their way from UK and got jammed up. And now they got their shoes stolen in a dirt jail with no food being fed to them. And I'm like, who's this person? They're like, I'm like, I'll tell you what. Don't worry about it. Give me the family members or whatever the case is. I'll send money, bail that person out and have them go home. Okay. And I'm just listening to this stuff and I just don't want people to, I don't even know these people, but I'm like, you know what? Listen, here's a plane ticket. Get him out of there. You know what I mean? Of course he's gonna be walking out there without those Jordans, but I'll tell you what. You're not in Kansas anymore. All right? So, hey. What the Hades is going on here? So all of that, we are against these illegal deportations. We are indifferent. I believe if somebody came in with the risk and get away with it, eventually, enjoy the dream. But understand the risk that comes with you coming to a country undocumented.
The ones who told y'all this was going to happen. A black woman running for president told you that this was going to happen. And a lot of you guys said, fuck it.
Oh, no. No, brother. This is a spiritually driven show. All right? Come on with the potty mouth, young man.
Out of it. Sit this one out. I maintained that, but I didn't say why. A lot of people are being petty when they say that, but I'm not. I really mean that. Not because their fight isn't our fight. No. Because ultimately, constitutional rights are being infringed upon. And Hispanic people make up 20% of the country. They are the most populous minority group. Again, not being paid towards them in what I said, we've already had this fight. Because black people, remember, the United States as we know it was not always united. We had Union states and Confederate states. So people who were escaping slavery, as we all know, could be captured and killed, lynched, whatever, or sent back to their plantation right up underneath their master. As per the Fugitive Slave Act of 1793 and 1850, which eventually was repealed in 1864. That Fugitive Slave Act is the outline of the ICE as an organization. It's literally the outline. Black people, we've done this already. Our time with that then came and went. That's already part of our story and our history. Hispanic people have an opportunity because...
Okay, I got to correct this too.
Right.
And I got to correct this because when his history is correct, but we had no other place to go. Okay.
And neither did we come here willingly.
Yeah, we did not come here. Somebody get Deuteronomy 28 and 68 again. The belly of ships. We didn't volunteer for this. We didn't sneak over the border and then start shucking corn and picking cotton.
Right.
Right. Oh, matter of fact, let me run over the border and join a plantation. So we got to get that straightened out right now because people have revisionist history. No, we had no other place to go. When we were running away from the South, we were still within the borders of the United States of America. So this comparing that and all of that, no. These people it's no separating from their family. If you didn't follow the law, you have a place where your family was before you broke the law. The family can still go back to where it came from. I mean, what is the discussion here? Y'all don't think this madness people are trying to, with this word salad. No, these people have family where they come back where they're from. You had these East Indians who were crying because they invested, and they was a rich family in India because they invested all this money to have their son sneak into the United States so he can set up a business and get some of that money grift that would go back to his family, pay them back, and now eventually have them come over and get access to all the black and brown, loans and subsidies and set-asides that's for us. And they're crying because their son got caught. And they had enough money to sell part of their acres and all that to get him smuggled here. Okay? So no. I don't understand what these people are trying to compare what we went through in slavery to what's going on right now. That's outright offensive to even mention or even compare it. when someone has a country to go back to. So no, brother, you failed the test on this one. All right. But it's an opinion, a perspective, right?
I'm seeing a lot of black people stand up and speak out about Renee Good and telling people she should have just got out the car, right? That's what they tell black people when they have altercations with the police. White liberals don't have.
No, brother, and I'm glad we have the other side of this to understand some of these perspectives that's out there, Elder Lawyer. You don't drive up against law enforcement, okay, to interrupt their duty in rounding up criminals. So don't compare that to an innocent guy who's driving a car and having a problem with police.
Exactly.
Right? Like I gave the example a few weeks ago, if Lawya got in his car and followed ICE, he can, everywhere ICE was going, doing their job, he can expect everything that's coming to him.
Exactly.
So here, and it's deep. That's how strong we are as a people, folks. There's no movement or no strength in a movement unless they can compare what they're dealing with what we've gone through.
Exactly.
No, get your own narrative. Get your own political stance without trying to shoehorn us into it. It's not going to work. And really, at the end of the day, brothers and sisters should say, listen, leave us alone until you give us what those Somalis received, what the Ukrainians received, what the Holocaust survivors received. Break off our people and talk to us after the money is in the account already. Okay? And then we'll think about listening to some. We're still not going out there. But then we'll begin to, at least that will open up, a conversation. That'll open up an ear to hear what you have to say. Okay? That sounds like a plan.
Privilege. And so I keep telling all these black liberals who want to interject themselves into, like, I'm going to talk about another video, how Black Lives Matter is at the Renee Good protest. Like, why is that a black issue? Now, I'm not saying black people shouldn't care, that this death should not be.
Oh, no, we don't care at all. Let's make it clear. Okay? We don't care. Get out of the way and let these people, whatever they're doing, do their job. If someone isn't illegal, if someone is following the law, they have nothing to worry about. We don't care.
For the whole country, even though she was not a victim, but it's a sad situation that our country's at this place. But this is not black people's fight. Illegal immigration hurts black people more than it hurts white people, more than it hurts anybody else.
Say that again, because it drives down the wages in a job market that's already dried up. You get Uber Eats, you get Amazon, you get these people coming and dropping things off. And like, well, hold up, man. I'm looking at your navigating thing. And it's not even English on your knapsack, on your navigation. Okay? It's like our people are suffering enough, and we should be able to benefit first for anything when it comes to being able to survive in the country where our forefathers were sold to. We should be able to benefit first in front of everybody. That's just how it is any other place in the world.
Just like, and we see that for.
Let me say this as well.
Yeah.
Yes, Lawya. So let me say this as well. And this goes back to your question you asked earlier. Why should white people more so be concerned with defending and going out protesting and trying to protect illegals? When it comes to business, when you're talking about jobs and losing jobs, black people getting the short end of the stick when it comes to losing jobs to illegal immigrants. When you look at the businesses that are hiring the immigrants, not only are liberals benefiting from this, but also conservatives. If you're a business owner, regardless of where you stand politically, if you own a business and you're hiring illegals, then you're benefiting from this. So it's in your interest, again, to go out there and protect, to protest, and do what you need to do to ensure that the immigrants can do what they do, because you are benefiting as a business owner, a white business owner, from the work and the labor, the cheap labor of these immigrants.
Yeah. And that's another reason why these demo nuts are out there protesting. Because there's a lot of weird things going on too that no one is talking about. 4 months ago, it was on the news that missing children were recovered in Trump's unprecedented crime crackdown. How many of these children are being trafficked through a lot of these systems here ran by liberals? Right? Now, if you're going to tell me that it's okay to go into the neighborhoods where I grew up at, North Philadelphia, and teach gender bending when it comes to children, how am I to think that this is not happening with illegals who don't have the same rights, illegal children who don't have the same protections as American citizens? If you can teach this in the United States, offering gender transition for citizens, I need y'all to think about this, folks. Then what chance does an undocumented child has under their authority? So they stomping for a lot of things. And don't think sexual access isn't one of those.
But what surprised me and caught my attention was that 5 children were recovered. Like, that seems significant to me. How does that happen? Where were they? How do they get recovered?
So one child is significant, as you know, Dana. A missing child just destroys families. So when the Marshal Service core mission of missing children, finding missing children, it's very rewarding for us. And we get to start these families on the healing process.
And folks, they said over 20 million people came over the border to undermine, under the spirit of Marxism, the whole fiber of the United States, as well as 300,000 children went missing at the border. Man, don't tell me the Mossad isn't going to rain fire down on Babylon. And these people are marching and protesting to keep this satanic, liberal, evil system in place against family, against all that's right according to God, and against children. It says 5 out of 20,000 children missing, and I keep on putting this out there. Make sure, brothers and sisters, especially those that have been following this church, to keep a bead on our children. With the people they let in, I'm going to tell you, it's straight lawlessness going on. And sisters going to have to be very careful who they're alone with all of these strangers now who has an intent of utterly destroying our sisters. A nation divided against itself cannot stand. And I am so glad the Most High, in the midst of tearing this whole thing down, is gathering God's people back together as one again. So there is a silver lining in this cloud. We can sit back and watch the whole thing go down while the Most High raised the children of Israel. Okay? Now, of course, eventually, because we're not participating, it's going to lead to them doing something that will, that will force people to protect themselves. Now, what that is, we're going to see. But what I'm waiting for, Elder Lawya in particular, for a false flag blaming Israelites. Like in 2019, they was waving a few things out there that didn't catch fire, talking about something that happened in a supermarket next to a graveyard. Somebody who identified as an Israelite harmed somebody and somebody got killed and all of that, but it never caught fire. Because everyone started examining the story and started saying, well, this truly doesn't seem, this story isn't bearing out. Right? This story isn't bearing out, right? So they tried to put it out there years ago, but it didn't catch wind. But right now, with all of the foreigners they brought into the country, I believe they're going to use some of these agents and have something happen in the United States and blame it on Israelites. And once that happens, I believe that's going to be the linchpin pulled from out of the grenade. Just keep our eyes on that. A false flag claiming that Israelites are behind something. And the more I see brothers out there training publicly, saying things they aren't to say, coming off seemingly as a military or militia, all I can say is it may seem good out and proud what you're doing it publicly like that right now, but I don't think it's going to serve the mission you're on rightly down the line. It's going to be used against you. So be wise as serpents, harmless as a dove. What I can do, because I really have no time for any conversations right now, but what I will do, I can open it up for two Zooms, because I said I would do so. 2 Zoom participants to come on in. What say you concerning anything that we've talked about today? The floor is yours. If you have a question or comment, now is your time. Right? Now is your time. What I can do here, right? And again, for those who would like to enroll in the next academy, in a couple of weeks, we'll be open enrollments. Week 7 begins this coming Sunday is week 7, right, Elder Lawya?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. It says Drewski did another video, this time on African scammers. Boy, I'm going to tell you right now, we do have a church in Huntsville, Alabama. We do. I'm going to tell you right now, Elder Lawya, the Christian churches are up in arms with Drewski. With him actually hanging. They showed him hanging from the sky, being moved around out of the air. And it's about these preachers and how they are, scamming the community. And man, they're up in arms right now. But there's nothing that he did a parody on that didn't exist. It's actual parody of actual actions within the Christian church right now. So,
right.
All right. So, if you want to come in now. Nicole Brown.
Parody on that didn't exist.
Okay, how you doing, Nicole? Can you mute the background?
Absolutely. This is Preacher's daughter.
Shalom. How are you doing, sister?
I'm doing well. I'm always tuning in and always, I'm telling you, this lesson that you and Elder Lawya did, it's just what I needed. I don't know if you remember about a year or two ago, I had called in and told you just some of the things that I had heard concerning, our brothers and sisters within the tribes and all of this mess that we're now seeing come about. And I am just so glad that you're covering this because you all are my leaders. And so I was feeling a certain type of way, but the way that you've just been coming with these lessons and explaining, and I know that I'm not wrong with the way that I feel, and it helps me, it has helped me, to still have that love, but to also be very vigilant as to what's going on. So I thank God for you and Elder Lawya bringing clarity to all of this. And we're just going to keep going and keep doing what we're doing. But I did want to ask you, what was the name again of that minister? He was like one of the first ministers, I think in the 1700s. And he was actually teaching this doctrine. I think
Gabriel Prosser.
Gabriel Prosser, okay.
Prosser.
Okay, all right. That's what I needed to know. Okay. But I thank you so much for everything. We just have to stay prayed up. We are under attack, but the Most High is moving. And another thing that you brought out tonight, when we send our children to school, we have to keep them and make sure that they have a solid foundation. Some people have a form of godliness, but they don't have the true spirit of the Most High. So when we hear people talking like, it could be this or that, these universities are here to actually program. And if you don't have the right type of education, spiritual education, you will fall for anything. I have family members who went to universities, claim to know the Most High. And I mean, their ideology, their way of thinking is just like out of this world. I'm like, that's not what the Bible says, but these institutions have damaged us. So, brothers and sisters out there, if just make sure that when you send your children to school, that they have the proper spiritual foundation found through the Gathering of Christ Church, so they won't fall for anything. And I'll leave it with that because I know, you all work hard. So thank you for.
Well, you're welcome, sister. There's few things I wanted to touch on. Number one, going back, I'm going to work my way backward. You're saying be careful with the with leaving our children in school and not understand the intent of some of these people who we might believe have our children's best interest at heart. With that, there's been a change in our modern day satanic schools, the public schools, opposed to the schools that we grew up in, like in the 80s and 90s. A matter of fact, Duckery at 15th and Diamond, across from where I lived, was really a highly decorated school where the children there was graduating on a higher level than even suburban kids. We were getting awards and all of that. And one of the reasons why that our public schools could compete is because we had a pastor. I'll never forget his name. Pastor Sylvester was a pastor up the street who was the principal over the school. So it was like the community and the tight-knit spiritual connection didn't stop at the school door. Now, what better way of knowing that the school is in the right hands than you have a pastor as your principal? That's number one. Number two, there's something changed within the dynamics of our schools going back then. Back then, the only person that had a psychology background were the counselors, right? So if children had problems or whatever, you had a counselor who could guide you through certain things and could be an advocate between you and the parent. Well, the majority of school teachers today are taught some level of child psychology or psychology as a prerequisite before becoming a teacher. And that more so is more dangerous than anything. Because psychology, you can use psychology as a way of deceit and making the parents think that everything is okay when you are around, but yet they have other evil intent against you that you'll never figure out. And by doing so, when your child come home with behavior problems, they'll make you believe it's the child. When it's really the system in place they're bucking up against. They're rebelling against because they feel like they're in a war, a psychological war, every time they go to school. And it be these teachers. So the psychology thing and tricking us continually into trusting them is an issue. We didn't have that growing up because the only people who needed psychology classes back then were the counselors. Right? But now they turned all of the teachers into these, I would say, wards of the state who push the agenda, the liberal agenda of the state, damaging our children. So it's upon us as adults to do the background checks and understand what's going on with these teachers. When you know your teachers, I mean, think about this. The children are, I'm talking about when it comes to real time. They spend more real time with the teachers than their own parents. By the time they see their parents, the parents is hugging them, tucking them in to go to bed so that they, go to work the next day.
Right.
So the quality building time is normally with a stranger. So it's upon us to know that stranger to some degree. Whatever steps we need to take to feel comfortable with the strangers we leaving our children with. Whatever steps we need to take, right? That's important. The next thing is, you were saying here that you used to feel a certain type of way without expounding about who. Based on what's going on in the earth today, you used to feel a certain type of way, but with this particular platform, with our lessons, it's helping you to have a balanced perspective in things, right?
Absolutely.
So what in particular you used to feel a certain type of way about? You didn't expound on that in particular.
Okay, and I may have told you this before, but I started out with my journey. I started out with the Hidden Colors. Then I went from the Hidden Colors to Black in America, I think it's a professor from Harvard, a black man, and he did that little series. And then my cousin turned me on to you, which was strange. And so once I found out who I was, and not only who I was, but all of these other people who were related to us, such as Issachar and Simeon and the Haitians and all of these people, I was like, oh man, like we all people. So when I would interact with people, I was like, oh, we the same people. We the same people. And they would look at me like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, no, we the same people. And if I had time, I would kind of go into, little details and stuff. And then, social media is a blessing and a curse. And then I started seeing and started actually witnessing how I was being treated by some of Jacob's children, and I'm from the South. I'm from North Carolina. This is where my family originated from. So we got that Southern hospitality. You're going to leave our house with something. You know what I'm saying? Even if we don't have much, you're going to leave with something. So I believe in that you treat others how you want to be treated. And so when I started to see these things, and then I was watching certain podcasts of how our people were being treated in California and being ran out of California, it started having me to feel a certain kind of way. And I didn't want to feel like that, and that's when I called you the first time and told you, about these things that I was witnessing and actually experiencing. And so I was, praying. I was like, Yeshaya, I do not want to feel like this about people. And how am I to feel about this? I'm going to turn the other cheek, but how am I supposed to interact and go on my daily life when I interact with so many different types of people every day? And so when this past year, you've just been coming and you've been exposing. And it's nothing but the Holy Spirit working through you, because everything I needed and everything I need now, you're just bringing it forth. It's like, it's nobody but the Most High that's bringing his spirit and feeding us what we need, because we need this on everyday life. I love learning about the Bible history and things like that. But I need to know how to live day by day, because this is a whole new America.
Yeah.
This is a whole new America.
It'll never go back to what it was. It's over. Yeah. It's over.
This ain't the heat of the night.
Well, sister,
you know what I'm saying? The heat of the night, it was black. Yeah. Michael Jackson said, it's black.
Yeah.
It's white. It's BMW. Yeah. It's no longer that.
Man,
you know what I'm saying?
Life was so simpler when we were coming up. It was simpler. And it was an environment in which it leaned us towards trusting others, because at least we understood the dynamic. Even if there was racism, the fight was only towards one way or the other. It was just one fight. But they just compiled all of these layers to it to a degree where we just have to be careful. Now, let me say this real quick. And another thing we have to be careful, because Esau is slick, is because at one time, YouTube and these other social platforms, it was open without an algorithm to allow you to explore beyond the boundaries of what you would normally dive into. Right? So when I say be careful, because when you see certain things that frustrate you, that what I found out by looking at YouTube, I would open up something and everything is related to the same thing, as if they want you to live in an echo chamber.
Mm-hmm.
Without actually expounding beyond the one little area they try to pigeonhole you. They don't want you to think outside of the box. And if there's something that's frustrating you, the algorithm will only give you that. And now you're dealing with an echo chamber, believing that the world exists that way. Right? And that's the danger of a lot of these divisions that's in the earth, where they're giving you on a regular basis what keeps us divided. I have enough relationships with the 12 tribes in particular within the church, loving people, where I would lay down my life for them, and I know they would do the same for me.
Right.
Where there's nothing that I go into that's going to give me a bias against my people, strictly because there's some evil people out there, not just amongst them, but amongst all races of people. So, brothers and sisters, sometimes you have to put things on your computer that you don't even normally look at, just so that you can have, so the algorithm don't pigeonhole you into one thought or idea. It's profiling, and it's keeping you from what? From growing beyond the paradigm one makes for themselves. So you have to become more cultured, more diverse, if that's the word, and cultured into different dynamics outside of what just interests you. Therefore, they can't build an algorithm that's going to make you feel a certain type of way about other people. If I see videos all day of how women just aren't no good and they doing this and doing that, you know, they're going to look at that and be like, yo, I need that algorithm on him. And I'm looking around thinking that women are the worst thing on earth, when it's really the algorithm feeding that, when guess what? We have women in our family that we know is nothing like what they're feeding on the algorithm. We have aunts, wives, daughters. We have people who care about us. And guess what? They'll never feed us the virtuous woman on an algorithm. So they're trying to divide the 12 tribes, so they will not, they'll always show us gangs, criminals, rapers, and all of that. And the same reason, the same way I'll stand up against them trying to propagate or promote us this way, I'm not going to go for them with their algorithm making us believe that all of the 12 tribes are gang members, killers, murderers, and all that. Now, do they exist? Do they let enough over here? Yes. But we are still we must stay balanced, right? But it's the algorithm. I mean, some women out there, I know it for sure, they feel a certain type of way about men when they didn't even have the experience of a man doing anything wrong to them. But you know what? It's the algorithm. You know what? Oh man, that's a lesson in of itself. The algorithm of the beast. That's a lesson.
Yes, sir.
Woo! Hold on. Let's chill for a second, sister. The algorithm of the beast. Man, that's going to be a deep situation there. All right, sister, I got one more person, and then I made me some, Elder Lawya, I made me some Mediterranean kebabs. I got something important to tend to as soon as I get off of here, but hey.
Done.
Thank you, sister. Just come on in Friday and we'll continue this discussion.
I'm a petroleum.
All right. Thank you, sister. Bless you.
God bless you.
All right. The algorithm of the beast. Oh, that's gonna be, hey, that's gonna be some heat right there. All right.
And it's definitely necessary.
Yeah.
To understand how this thing is working and how it can feed you pretty much.
Hold up, sister.
Hello?
What you in it?
Oh, go ahead, Lawya. Say something. Hold on, sister.
Saying, that's
No, go ahead, Lawya.
necessary.
You were saying it was important.
I'm just saying that's a necessity right there. You definitely need that to understand how we're being force-fed information based on what we watch, and it keeps us with this jaded view and this very narrow, shallow view.
Hey, sister, do me a favor. Just hold on for 1 second. Don't mute, but I'm gonna bring you in 1 second, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Lawya. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say what you're saying.
Yeah, just how like you're mentioning, this algorithm, you watch certain videos and that's all it's feeding you, and it keeps you with this jaded, shallow view about the world around you. Sometimes you gotta just turn this thing off and just go outside and deal with people regularly to realize that things are not, yes, there's evil in the world. Yes, there's bad in the world, but things ain't as they're being fed through this algorithm as you were stating. So that lesson is a necessity.
Yeah, because if you see these things over and over again, it will shape a perception and it give you a jaded idea of the world.
Right.
Right. So we have to be careful with that because we think these feeds are just coming up, but a lot of these feeds are intentional. And that's why sometimes, man, listen, I have to turn this stuff off and I'll put on something that'll make me laugh.
Right.
Right. I'll just put on something. I'm like, listen, because I can't go through the world. See, I'm glad I got the Bible as a balance because you'll go through the world paranoid. Thinking that everyone's your enemy and all of that. And now it's getting in the way of you actually taking advantage of the little life we have left here.
Exactly. That's right.
All right. Thank you, my brother. All right.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, sister? Talk to me.
I'm doing well, thank you. So first, thank you for having me. This is the first time on the call, and my sister invited me, so I'm very grateful. It's been wonderful. I've got quite a few points to what you were saying, but the last thing you were talking about is the algorithms. For 2025, the Oxford Dictionary for the word was rage baiting. So these platforms, the way they are creating all this antagonistic stuff, it was designed by plan. In 2022, the Oxford word was gaslighting. That's a psychological term. So what's interesting is I didn't grow up in the church, but for 14 years, I was under a Word of Faith ministry. And it was interesting because God brought me out of that. And for a while, I worked in the community. But what's interesting, the last 8 years, I've been studying psychology, and psychology is the study of the mind. But the interesting thing is God made the mind. And so it stops in the soul with in psychology. You are a spirit, you have a soul, you live in this body. And so the battle that we're fighting is spiritual. So they are using psychology for really what is a spiritual problem. And a lot of times with all of the anxiety, it depends on the generation. So what's interesting, if you look at how long this system's been going in place, you have 5 generations right now that are still on the planet, and each one has a different psychology depending on the era. So you have the baby boomers. The baby boomers were actually raised by grandparents and parents that came out of the Great Depression. So a lot of them, the way it was suppressed, they had no talk shows. They emotionally didn't really nurture. And this wasn't in our community because all we had was each other. So a lot of what they saved, it wasn't just because they wanted to have the money. It was they felt no one was coming. So what's happening now is they're living longer, but then you have the Gen X. That was where latchkey came in. That's when the women started going to work, single parenting. And so that generation basically was more emotionally neglected. So then you have the millennials. That's when computer system was first designed. Gen Z right now is that's the younger generation that was raised on computers.
Sister. Hold on, before somebody just called in, but I need you to check something out, sister. How old are you?
Me, I am 59.
59. Let me share something with you for the sake of the brothers and sisters that are on real quick, all right? You with me?
Absolutely.
All right, this is from the National Library of Medicine. All right? The National Library of Medicine. Let me go here. A lot of people probably didn't know this. From the National Library of Medicine, and a matter of fact, I'll make sure I'll put this in the chat so that others can have access to it afterward. The National Library of Medicine, National Center for Biotechnology and Information, right? The frontiers in psychology. Number one, they needed to find a science that would have people make decisions outside of their better conscience.
Man-made.
So listen to me. Especially a country initially that was built on what they would call Judeo-Christian values, that comes with some substance, some morality, some accountability. So how can we get people who would resist the mark of the beast, who believe in God, who's looking for this, to one day decide it's okay to take it? So they had 100 years to put something in place where normal people who would reject the mark of the beast would actually take it. Like, for instance, it was psychology that caused all these faith-believing Christians to take the jab.
I didn't take it, but I'm
saying, listen to me. But it was psychology.
Yes.
Through fear. So why am I going here? When you go into National Library of Medicine, here is the origin of psychology. Background: conjurers are masters of illusion and deception. And they have developed astonishing methods of manipulating our experience. Intuitively, the link between magic and psychology seems obvious. Magicians use techniques such as misdirection to manipulate our attention. Illusions to distort our perception, and forcing to influence our decisions. Some of the early pioneers in psychology, who's Bennett, 1894, Triplett in 1900, recognized this close link between magic and psychology, and published fascinating scientific papers investigating conjuring techniques. Now, here's the danger of psychology. A trusting person or believer. Think about this. When someone comes to them in the posture of concern, a trusting person internalize that and convince themselves this person cares more about what we're dealing with here as I do. Now, if you got someone that's trying to convince you to do something and can assume that posture as an actor, that's when psychology is dangerous, because it's used as a tool of manipulation. After studying the nature of people, you are using your knowledge of psychology to get an intended outcome. That's trickery.
Which is what happened during the pandemic, and it's just what you said, because what they unleashed was a spirit of fear. And so when people are afraid, they can be manipulated, because if you look at all that they kept putting on the media was the death things, right? They didn't see what the natural immune system did. They didn't do a lot of things. So what was interesting, there's a percentage that says, like God says in his word, Hosea 4:6, my people perish for lack of knowledge, or lack of under vision, right? So because that keeps you disciplined, it keeps you on track. So what they have found, like 80% of people, I'm sorry, it's 80% of people don't have a vision. Okay, that's 80% of most people don't have a vision. And this is just in general numbers. 15% of people have a vision, but they haven't written it down. 4% of people have a vision written down, but they don't.
Hey, sister, so what do you mean? Because listen, because This is a
Because
broadcast.
what I'm getting at, when I'm going back to the word, because what I'm showing.
Hold on. Oh, sister, back up. Calm down for a second. I'm not going to stop you from. But this is a broadcast. What we do here is edify. So.
But I'm going to that. What I'm saying to you is because I had been in the Word and I had been I understand the Most High. That was where
sister,
I studied.
I need you to slow down for a second.
I'm just passionate. I'm sorry. So
now, sister, let me speak.
Okay.
When you say 15% of something, where are you getting these numbers?
Okay, so these numbers are, and I'm going back to if you're in the system, not God's system, because God when you looking into His Word, He gives you a vision. I'm saying that this is why there's a difference. Like for instance, for me, what has been broken down for me is understanding.
Sister, did you hear my question?
The numbers. All of this stuff is unless they change it, like the psychology of all this, of the subconscious and how the mind works.
Okay.
And so going back to what you were just saying, as far as the magic behind it and how it's manipulative.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm saying. This is not where I put my faith. I'm just saying that because of the way that I work with people. So I work holistically with people in regards to physical health and fitness, right? And it's more holistic. And so for me, it's like I work with the people coming in. I'm definitely about their spirit. But when they come in, when people first come in, they're coming in from this world system, right? They're coming in for exercise. But the first thing is to get them, it's centered around breath. Well, we know breath is pneuma, that's your spirit. And then you're ruach, right? So then you have your mind, which is psyche, or suke, which is mind, will, and emotions. This is where they manipulate. That's why I said we're in a spiritual war. But what they're doing now is bringing people out of the spiritual to manipulate with psychology, even in the churches, right? So what I'm saying is, according to these numbers, that most people don't have a vision, because like you said, they're giving it to them through the algorithms, through what they're pumping up with entertaining and getting your attention. So that's what the masses, and when I'm speaking of the masses, not people who are awakened and understand the Most High, have a relationship and getting download and understanding. We're talking the population of how things are going. And so it's kind of like a boxer. It's like you don't put your focus on the enemy, but knowing the trace that we're not ignorant of how the mind is programmed with everything that's been put out. So the reason I'm saying that, because even in some of the bigger churches sometimes now, they're teaching psychology. And it's study of the mind. You're in the soul realm. You have to wash your body, feed your body. You have a mind that is programmed by this world, and then we have our spirit, right? And so one of the things that I've noticed is when people, the first thing is to get them back connected to the spirit, or to if they're called, right? And so just like you were talking business-wise, so my studio, I have been in my studio now for 15 years. It's my 16th year. And what's funny is, since I've been there, everyone in my complex is foreign. Everyone now is foreign. And it's a higher end complex, right? And in a higher end neighborhood, right? So what's interesting is what is happening now. There was one studio next to me with one Caucasian man that was left. He's downsized and moved to the back. On the one side of me, I have Armenian. On the side that's empty, there were Filipinos coming in today. On the other side of that is Indian people. So going back to what you're saying, I had someone knock on my door today, and she's like, hey, I want to come in. You do Pilates, right? And I said, so I don't teach classes. So she goes, well, I don't either. So the one, she said, I'm gonna be honest with you. She's like, I have 2 studios in India and I want to see what you're doing. And I said, no, you can't. She goes, well, I teach privates too. And she goes, I want to come in for some inspiration ideas. I said, no, you're not coming in here. If you do your own thing, go where you do what you do. So getting back to what you were saying, where all of these foreigners are coming in, they're getting money to open businesses. Not even Caucasians are left in the building. And I just plead the blood and the high calling, because I'm like, no, in my building, the way it is, my office is on the corner. I said, this is the cornerstone, because the way my suite is, you can see my building from both places. But the infiltration of, like you said, it's not just in their country where they take your ideas.
Hey, sis, hey, sis, I'm with you, but we have to land this because it's midnight. What?
Okay,
how
so
you want to wrap it up?
I just wanted to say I am in agreement with you that I'm just so thankful, because you opened my eyes to stuff I didn't know that I was looking at. And so I know I'm just going because I'm passionate, because it's like all this stuff I knew and I was watching, but tonight you confirmed it to me. And it's just like, this stuff is really happening. And a lot of times when you talk to people that profess to have the faith, they don't understand. And it's like this, it's just, I'm thankful. And I just want to say that you confirm what the Spirit of God has been leading me to. And like, this is my first time listening.
Yeah.
And all of this stuff just makes so much sense. So thank you.
Well, thank you, sis. I know it's so much you want to get out at one time, but you'll have time for it. Welcome.
This was fire.
Welcome.
This was fire.
Welcome to the truth,
you.
sister.
Thank you.
Believe me, a lot of dots will be connected for you here. So welcome to the truth. Bless you. I bless you. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sometimes it's so overwhelming when we find the truth. We tend to look for but can't find the words to say, and we have to be patient with one another, because he had so many ideas going on at one time, but all of her intentions are good. I could tell. But there's a lot of emotions going on at one time, and you only have a few minutes to cram it in. So that's why I wanted to give it some level, a path where we can get some edification out of it. But in a nutshell, it's making sense how her whole world has changed right up from under her, where the demographics of the people she once knew, these people no longer exist, and now she's living in a new Babylonian world that she must adjust herself under. And that's why the Most High have her here. This thing is a wrap. Okay, so if you don't have the understanding, I mean, like I said during the academy, Elder, this is no time to be in the dark concerning what's going on in the earth. And blessed are our eyes to see and ears to hear, because we're going to need each other through this. Right? Sure. Right now, it's all posturing. But soon, it's going to be real out here. These people aren't here just to get a piece of the American dream. They're here for their final war against the children of Jacob. But the Most High going to have them stomped on. Okay? Thank you, Elder Lawya, and thank you for, staying up some extra time with us. And hey, that concludes our broadcast. And I'll end it with the Most High is calling back Israel. We are the children of Israel, and yes, we are back. We'll see you on Patreon this coming Friday. Shalom. Thank you, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Shalom.
Thank you, Mrs. Andrea, for your support. Blessings. All right, Elder Lawya. Have a great evening.
You too.
High is calling back Israel. Mm-hmm.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us, at gunpoint, together our wives and children.